who in science, we are going to organize this program. And it was long pending because we desire to hold this program actually in 2020 in April, and sorry, 2021 in April, and from there it was shifted because of the COVID pandemic and all that. And now, fortunately, now we are organizing this program. Uh, so this program actually was mooted by Madam Manju Sharma ji when we celebrated Professor uh, other program at Bangalore, Vikram Sarabhai Centenary Program at Bangalore. At that very time, it was decided that we would also organize this program by the Academy on the centenary of a great stalwart scientist and the space mission program, father of the space mission program, Professor Satish Dhawan. Actually, we had a great association and relation with Professor Satish Dhawan sir. He joined this ISRO just after a space organization, just after Professor M.G.K. Menon sir. And everybody knows now that Professor M.G.K. Menon sir was also the father of modern era of this National Academy of Sciences. He actually, after the foundation of this academy by Professor Meghnath Sahaji, another stalwart, was nominated 7 times for the Nobel Prize. Uh, this program was, and the other programs of this modern India, especially the NASI new initiatives, and so many other programs of the science and society, were undertaken by Professor M.G.K. Menon sir when he took over this academy as the president in 1987-88. Since then, he was regularly pursuing the mandate of the academy with organizing many programs with his many associates and with his kind blessings. Actually, academy got a good leap after that era of 1987-88, and in last 30 years, we have become a leader, or you can say that we have carved a niche in the area of science and society. And after Professor Menon sir, Madam Manju Sharma ji has taken lead to organize all these programs as a chairperson of the NASI initiatives and also a crusader of the cause for the science and society. She is an icon, and we are very much grateful to Madam Manju Sharma. So this program was also mooted by her. And just to start with the celebration of this program, I would like to say that Professor Satish Dhawan sir was an a stalwart of this space program in India, and not only the major space and missiles, space and satellite programs were started by him. The Indian satellite, IST, and all those programs which are very much now needed for the spread of the education and awareness are the basically because of his initiative. And the entire space program took a new turn during his regime as the chairman of the Space Commission. He was also given many prizes, many awards, like the highest, one of the second highest award of this nation, Padma Vibhushan. So, with such a person who was a very great personality for India, for world, as well as his contributions are immense for the development of science as well as the society in this country. So, with these few words, I would like to start this program with the grace of all the dignitaries who are here. And we hope that many people will join this program because it is also being telecasted on the YouTube. So now I would like to request my colleague, Dr. Santosh Shukla, to please introduce the welcome Professor Govind Rajanji, and after introducing, he will also invite him to formally welcome all the distinguished guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and very good morning to all of you and warm welcome. Sir, very rightly said that today we are fortunate enough to listen and interact with the legacy of Professor Satish Dhawan sir and his enormous scientific contribution to the science and society, as well as his for the particular academy also. So, Professor Dhawan sir was closely associated with the Indian Institute of Science. As we know, he was the he was associated with the Institute of Science as the senior scientific officer to the director of that institute almost more than 20 years from 1962 to 81. And here, so that we are again request to the current director, Professor Govind Rangarajan sir, to kindly welcome to all the dignitaries and the participants. Professor Rangarajan sir is the presently director of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, as he was also the professor at the Department of Mathematics, the same institute, Indian Institute of Sciences. Professor Rangarajan sir has been elected fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences and the National Academy of Sciences, this academy also. Professor Rangarajan is an honorary professor of Jawaharlal Nehru Center for the Advanced Scientific Research, Bangalore, India. He has been awarded for the J.C. Bose National Fellowship and recipient of the BITS Distinguished Alumnus Award. Sir, we humbly request you to kindly welcome to the audience, formally welcome to the participants, dignitaries, and the guests. Professor G. Rangarajan. Over
Thank
to
you.
you.
Thank you. Let me welcome all of you to this meeting celebrating the birth anniversary of Professor Satish Dhawan. As all of you know, he was born on 25th September 1920 in Srinagar and graduated from the University of Punjab at Lahore. Subsequently, he traveled to the US and worked with Hans Lippmann at Caltech for his PhD degree in aerospace engineering. Coming to IAC, I know his association with us in 1951, he joined the Indian Institute of Science as a senior scientific officer and was appointed the institute's director a little over a decade later. When he took charge as director in 1962, he was only 42, the youngest director ever in the history of IAC. He was also the longest serving director, having been at the IAC's helm for nearly 20 years. During this time, he transformed the institute in many ways, from reorganizing academic departments to establishing new centers and encouraging the institute community to embrace an interdisciplinary approach to research. The institute was relatively small when he took charge. There were only 11 departments and 5 sections, but by the time he left, there were in all about 40 departments and units. He also created 4 divisions, each with a faculty member as a chair. This period was also marked by an extraordinary expansion in the diversity of research programs as many new faculty members joined these new centers. Examples of new centers include Center for Theoretical Studies, Center for Information Processing, Center for Electronic Design and Technology, School of Automation, Center for Continuing Education, Center for Scientific and Industrial Consultancy, and so on, and Center for Ecological Sciences. So several such centers. In appreciation of Professor Dhawan's vision for IAC, the late Professor Yashpal, chair of UGC, wrote, his role in making the Indian Institute of Science a great center of learning and research has been seminal. It is during his time that IAC developed its unique personality and its breadth. Without his lateral vision, the institute would have been no more than an excellent institute of technology. He made it into a place that attracted talent of a wide range, where people might have been recognized in terms of the departments to which they belong, but the boundaries were kept porous. Even deep social concerns soaked in. While serving as IIC's director, Dhawan, as has been pointed out, also played an influential role in India's national aerospace program. He served simultaneously as the head of ISRO, was associated with NAL, and served on multiple committees within the field. He continued to do his research work and found time for his family too. He passed away on 3rd January 2002 in Bangalore. Here at IAC, Dhawan is remembered not just for his tall accomplishments, but also for being kind and approachable. To quote Ram Narasimha, in fact, many students tell me that what a great experience it was meeting him. To quote Rodam Narasimha, Dhawan introduced a new type of personality to IAC. I think so. The transformation he created in IAC was quite profound, and many of the present structures that we have in IAC, are can be traced back to his vision, and his execution of that vision. So, with these few words, let me again welcome all of you to this, event. And with these few words, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for briefly introducing about the issue of this program, why it is and how it is, and also introducing about the association of Professor Satish Dhawan with the Indian Institute of Science, another esteemed institution. and also welcoming all our distinguished guests in this program and this August gathering. We are very much thankful to you, sir. Madam, although she needs no introduction, but it is a formal responsibility of our headquarters. So I request Dr. Santosh.
Namaskar to all the very distinguished participants.
Introduction of madam is not possible, and I am so small that I can explain, madam. But as Dr. Neeraj sir told that this program has been conceived and developed by Honorable Madam, and almost 1 year back when we are going to celebrate 100th birth anniversary of Professor Satish Dhawan sir. But due to COVID, this program has been postponed, and now we are fortunate enough to this program has been established today on 25th September, his birth anniversary of today. So, Madam Manju Sharma, Madam, is the iconic figure of scientific fraternity, role model of the not only the women scientists, also all the scientific personalities. And she has been contributed a lot with the academy as well as the science and society to all over the country. Madam is known for her enormous contribution in the institution buildings of this country as during her tenure as the secretary to the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. So, without much more introduction, I request Madam Manish Saravanan to kindly introduce us about this genesis of this program, the total program, how it has been till now. Madam,
A
over to you,
very
madam.
warm good morning to all the very distinguished guests. Professor Kasuri Rangan, who has been kindly associated with this whole program, Dr. Ghatak, our president of NASI, and all Dr. Rangarajan, thank you so much for your welcome address, and all other distinguished scientists who have agreed to be there for this webinar. We, as has already been mentioned, we wanted to celebrate the birth centenary of Professor Dhawan in April, but we had to postpone it because of this COVID situation. And so one of the persons we are going to miss today, and we want to pay our tributes to him and homage, is Professor Odam Narasimha. And we were very keen, and he had kindly agreed to deliver a special lecture. But today, of course, he is not here. So we pay our very rich tributes to him. NASI, all of you know, is the oldest science academy, and it has played a very significant role in bringing together science and society programs, and also events where we discuss the best of science, the best of scientists come, and there is cutting edge science as well as both the past and the future of science. All these subjects are covered through our large number of meetings and webinars now, and conferences and seminars, etc. This particular program was drawn in consultation with Professor Kasuri Rangan, who really inspired me to develop this program and have it. So it is basically, Santosh, you don't give the credit to me, the credit goes to Dr. Kasuri Rangan for the program. I only followed most of his instructions for this. This very distinguished speakers will be giving us the glimpses of Professor Dhawan, as well as the a broad aspect of the present space program of the country, which has been a pride of the nation and a great success. As has already been said, Professor Dhawan was a mathematician and an aerospace engineer. His work in aerospace dynamics was very well known in the country. He became the chairman ISRO in 1972, and he was the director IISc Bangalore from 1962 to 1981, the longest period a person has been a director. in both the positions as Chairman ISRO as well as Director IISc Bangalore. He provided extraordinary leadership to both the institutes, and the success was not only in research and setting up better infrastructure, facilities, centers of excellence, but also in human resource development. In fact, I want to quote one incident in 1979 when he was the director of the satellite launch vehicle. The mission failed, but Professor Dhawan took the entire responsibility on him. Late Dr. Kalam was also associated, and he was surprised why Professor Dhawan has said this thing, that the entire responsibility is his. And later on, when he told the press, and I quote, "We failed, but I have very strong trust in my team, and I believe that the next time we will be definitely succeeded." The next mission in 1980 was a great success, and that time he did not attend the press conference, and showing that when the team failed, he took the responsibility, but when the success was there, he attributed to the whole team. And this shows what an outstanding leader and what an outstanding human being Professor Dhawan was. I recall a visit to Beijing for the TWAS meeting, and Professor Menon was there, and along with Professor Menon, Professor Dhawan was also there for the TWAS meeting. I was also present. I was doing some small program for the TWAS, both the biotechnology and the women scientist program. There was a reception given by the TWAS president, and it was a big reception, and I am a vegetarian. So when I went to the reception, there was nothing for me to eat, and I looked around and it was all non-veg. So Prasad Dhawan realized it. He came to me and he says, "You are hungry and you can't get any food here." So I said, "Yes, sir, I'm a vegetarian." You know, he went around in a plate and got some French fries for me and said, "You can't sit here, you sit outside, because here there is you won't be able to stand the strong smell they are having. So go sit outside and eat these fries." I was so impressed. I thanked him so warmly. And that was the man, we are talking about. Such a wonderful human being. Professor Menon had told me many stories about him, as they were very closely associated. And Professor Menon always admired him. So many things he said. I also had a chance to work with Professor Dhawan when I was the secretary of the Science Advisory Committee to the Cabinet, and he was a member. I remember so many instances when he came to my help and told me so many things about the policy matters, about the science policy resolution. He was just completely engrossed in the science of the country. One thing which I remember also about Professor Dhawan, when he was the chairman of the science, he was the member of the Science Advisory Committee to the Cabinet. He will attend the whole meeting. He'll come from Bangalore by the morning flight, stay back. Many people will come and go. Then at the end of one of the meetings, he said, "If you are really committed to science, committed to do science, you will stay back, because we are discussing some very important subjects in the Science Advisory Committee." And from that time onwards, 98% members were always there, and it was full attendance of SAC. So that was Professor Dhawan. Not only that he himself will do, but he will also motivate others to follow that sort of a principle, the discipline, etc. So on behalf of NASI, I once again thank all the speakers, in particular Professor Kasturi Rangan for helping me to develop this program, and my profound regards to late Professor Dhawan and also Professor Menon. Both of them were very closely associated, and several issues, even about NASI, Professor Dhawan, Professor Menon will discuss with him. Of course, there are many other scientists who have contributed a lot to NASI, which includes Professor Kasturi Rangan. I can see Dr. Ashok Mishra, who was also our past president, and many others. NASI will continue to organize such events and bring together the great visionaries on one platform, especially for the benefit of the younger generation. I also, in particular, welcome Jyotsna Dhawan, whom I know for a very, very long time. And I'm very happy that she's here today. And she will be also, she has told us that she'll be associated with many of the NASI programs in future. So Jyotsna, thank you so much for this, your presence here, and also for agreeing to be a part of the NASI programs. And so once again, many thanks and very sincere good wishes for the success of this webinar. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, madam, for very nicely narrating the story of association of Professor Satish Dhawan with Professor MGK Menon sir, as well as this academy and the programs which were undertaken by him, and especially his human quality. Actually, if I could recall correctly, and anybody might be knowing about that also, that when the satellite mission was failed during the time of Professor APJ Abdul Kalam ji, it was nobody else but the Professor Satish Dhawan ji who just addressed the press gathering, that the program which was launched by us was failed. And when it became successful, he again requested Professor APJ Abdul Kalam ji to address the gallery all alone. At that time, he was not there. So this was his human quality. He used to protect and he used to encourage his fellow men and the scientists and the followers. So such a great person, a man par excellence. And on this very note, actually, I am just recall a brief 2-3 lines which has been written by me. Celebrations are not only to remember the great deeds. Celebrations are not only to remember the great deeds. It is to inspire ourselves with the memories of the legends, to excite, enthuse, and aspire to do much more in the days to come. So really, with such a celebration, we inspire ourselves to do much many things, much more things for the betterment of the society as well as the society. We have many very distinguished scientists with us. Professor Ashok Mishra ji has also joined. He is our past president as well as former director. I would like to request Dr. Santosh to say a few words about him to introduce. Sir.
Thank you, sir. In the context, in the series of this legacy of Professor Satish Dhawan, sir, now we have to listen about listen from the Professor Prof. Mishra, sir, and who has already said by Dr. Neeraj, sir, sir has been the past president of this academy and is also the director of Indian Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. Presently, Professor Ashok Mishra, sir, is chairperson of the Bangalore chapter, who is organizing our closely associated with this program and our developed this program. And Professor Ashok Mishra, sir, has been the presently NASI distinguished chair of in the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore also. So I request to Professor Ashok Mishra, sir, to kindly give your remembrance with the over to Professor Ashok Mishra, sir.
Thank you so much. Professor Ghatak, President of NASI, Professor Manju Sharma, Professor Kasturi Rangan, other past presidents of NASI, Professor Rangarajan, Director, IC Bangalore, fellows and members of NASI, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great privilege for me to say a few words about Professor Satish Dhawan, a great stalwart of India that we are all proud of. I was fairly young when he was at his helm, but I had a chance to meet him during his visit to IIT Delhi in the early 90s, when he was invited to give a colloquium lecture under upon the invitation of Professor Naveen Nigam, who was the director at that time. Professor Nigam put me as his local host, and I had to look after Professor Dhawan. I found him to be a remarkable personality, oozing with knowledge and with infectious enthusiasm. He was so humble and down to earth, even though he was such a towering personality. That really struck me, and he was the inspiration for Professor Nigam to do a number of things in IIT Delhi when he was the director. And in turn, Professor Nigam was the inspiration for me when I became director of IIT Bombay to bring about changes in the institute. So I was affected by Professor Dhawan's legacy uh, in turn through Professor Nigam, but not directly. In his colloquium, he gave an outstanding lecture on bird flight. Some of you may have known about it. He was, of course, a great orator and kept us all spellbound for an hour and a half during his lecture. His lecture very clearly revealed the beauty of nature and the mysteries of nature's ways. We see birds all around us all the time. And it was amazing how little, at least I knew, about the subtle flying techniques of birds with their supple bodies. When we compared the bird flight, as he also pointed out, to the flying machines, we realize that in comparison, the mechanical machines are huge, loud, unstable, and at sometimes dangerous for the environment also. I would like to quote him. He said, "Avian flights are fascinating, has fascinated mankind from ancient times, but it is only in recent years that the efforts of scientists from diverse fields have been able to, only to some extent, to understand and explain the dynamics of the animal flight, which is the birds in this case. Observations show an incredible diversity of flight techniques and maneuvers. No wonder he believed that nature to be his greatest teacher and a teacher to scientists as well as humanity as a whole." Professor Dhawan propagated the very best in the arena of science and society, contributing greatly to the enhancement of higher education in the country, of course, with a stress on science and technology. On a personal front, he particularly gave stress to education, his own personal front, and research in the field of space, his area of specialization. And that is responsible for the status that India enjoys today in the world amongst the community of nations. Of course, many people have said he is the father of the space science and technology in the country. And as has been mentioned earlier, in 1963, Professor Dhawan was appointed as the director of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He was 42 then and remains to be the youngest ever to be appointed to this position. And I think if you take all the IITs, he may still be the youngest in the major institutes in the country. He remained at that position till 1981, serving the institute for almost 2 decades. During his long tenure, he stressed and steered the growth of the institute, and he was an outstanding administrator, as Professor Rangarajan also mentioned. He introduced several new academic departments, areas, and sections for the benefit and for the growth of IIC Bangalore. His own research was in the area of space, particularly on boundary layers. During his long innings at IIC, he guided the transformation of the institute with a clear vision and resolve to persuade the academic community to go into a new trajectory. And that's what I have been told and I have read about it. The institute grew enormously in size, scope, and stature, becoming a prominent institute of science and engineering in India, and in fact, one of the finest in the world, as you can also see from the current ratings of IIC Bangalore. He had the ability to attract people of unique and varied talents, which helped spearheading IIC into its explosive growth. He was instrumental in attracting large-scale funding and established modern research facilities for the institute. And as has been mentioned, he held responsible positions, several of them concurrently while he was director of ISC. And I know this very well, that it's not easy to do this, including being the chairperson of ISRO, chair of the Research Council of National Aeronautical Laboratories or Aerospace Laboratories, chair of the Space Commission, secretary to the Government of India, Department of Space. His contributions in space research and development will be remembered forever. He also influenced the scientific temper through the Indian Academy of Sciences as a fellow and as its president. In Professor Dhawan, I see, as along with his predecessor at ISC, Sir C.V. Raman, as the pioneers that took the Indian science and technology to great heights. It is really an honor for me to share my thoughts during this centenary celebration organized by NASI for a great personality who influenced the future of science and technology in India and in fact has affected us all. We are very grateful for what Satish Dhawan did for the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such a lovely and memorable remembrance of Professor Satish Dhawan. Actually, with such an introduction and about the remembrance, I would like to say love for nature and love for life makes a man rich to take a stride. Legends like Professor Dhawan are example of such attributes. Remembering him makes us feel the pride. And really, he was the pride of the nation. And with this, I would like to request Dr. Josna Dhawanji, a very distinguished scientist at CSIR CCMB Hyderabad. But before that, I would like to request Dr. Santosh to kindly introduce.
Thank you, sir. As I told that Dr. Josna Dhawan Madam is associated with CSIR CCMD, and she is the emeritus scientist at Center for the Cellular and Molecular Biology and visiting professor of Indian Institute for Stem Cell Cellular and Science of Regenerative Medicine. Professor Dr. Dhawan Madam is also research associated with the focus on the adult stem cell function and skeletal muscle regeneration. Dr. Dhawan is the currently president of the Indian Society for Cell Biology and Indian Society for Development and Biology. Dr. Dhawan is also the fellow of Indian National Science Academy. I hope Madam will also share the legacy of Professor Satish Dhawan, especially his personal life, because Madam is the daughter of Professor Satish Dhawan, sir, we very well know. So we request you to Madam to kindly share your remembrance also. Over to Dhawan Madam.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm delighted to be here. And I really thank the National Academy of Sciences, in particular, Professor Manju Sharma, for organizing this program in remembrance of my father on his birth centenary, and for giving me the honor of representing his family. As you've heard, my father's work and actions contributed to a variety of individuals and institutions. But today, I want to actually talk about the people who influenced him deeply, and without whom I think his life would have been immeasurably different. When I asked Professor Sharma if I could share some slides, she indicated that I could do so. So I've prepared a little sort of historical video just to cover some of his family and friends and work. And I hope I don't overshoot the time. It's for about 20-22 minutes. Let me share the screen and I will continue. Is it visible? Okay, good. So I also just want to have a small word of explanation. You know, my father always signed his letters in his first name. So when we kids were old enough to leave home, we started calling him Satish. In fact, even his grandchildren called him by his first name, which may seem quite strange in our culture, where elders are always referred to by an honorific. But my father believed that respect did not lie in such things, but in one's actions. So I will refer to him as Satish, just as we did during his life. So Satish Dhawan was fortunate to be born in a progressive middle-class family. His father, David Dayal, hailed from Dera Ismail Khan in pre-independence Punjab, and he trained for the bar in Lahore. Satish's mother, Lakshmi Khosla, was the daughter of Dunichand Khosla, the chief medical officer of Kashmir, who was valued for his service during the serial plague outbreaks in 1905 to 1908. Today, when we are in the grips of a pandemic, we realize the huge importance of public health providers. As a judge, David Dayal was posted all over undivided Punjab into all these different locations. And after partition, he was actually involved in attempting the rehabilitation of the millions who were displaced. Satish and his siblings were very close. His older sister, Vimla, was a talented artist. His younger sisters, Primla and Shukla, were educators. And his youngest brother, Ranjit, his younger than him by 11 years, was a fighter pilot. In addition to being a teacher, Primla was a very committed activist for women's rights and social justice. Both she and her husband, Satish Lumba, who was a trade union leader, were among Satish Dhawan's closest friends. Tragically, Satish Lumba died in 1973 in an air crash, the same air crash that killed Mohan Kumaramangalam. But Primla, Pimi as we called her, lived to the grand age of 94, inspiring generations of students, activists, scholars, and ordinary citizens to never stop fighting the good fight. Now, the Lahore and Srinagar of Satish's youth were very comfortable places for a young man who seemed to have a boundless enthusiasm and motivation for work. But it was set against the backdrop of colonial rule, partition, and the powerful, mesmerizing figures of Gandhi and Nehru. Many have commented on his unusual list of degrees, but I wonder actually if they represented Satish's search for the right profession. I think in studying engineering, he may have finally found the thing that made him happy. I'm showing you here Satish's BA and MA certificates, and you will notice that they were in the second class. I think it's worth thinking about whether a person with these qualifications would be able to progress today. Have we become too focused on scholastics and not on courses that actually develop ability? Something to think about. Even before independence, some far-sighted individuals in the government had formulated a program for educating young Indians in the USA and UK. About 1,000 scholarships were awarded to aspiring young Indians who became part of the generation that built modern India. They do not know now, they did not know then that that was who they would be or that they would be remembered at all. Right now, they had an adventure which was awaiting them. And this is a picture of some of the scholarship students in Minneapolis soon after they arrived in the US in 1946. Shown sitting to Satish's left is his good friend Inder Kapila from the Punjab Engineering College days, who worked on the Bhakra design board with the legendary Henry Slocum. Satish was away at Caltech during partition. The Dhawan family was fortunate to survive intact in the tragic upheaval that tore our country apart. I'm showing you here pictures of his dearest friends and colleagues and teachers and fellow students at Caltech. Hans Liepmann, his professor, Anatol Roshko, his fellow student. These were three immigrants, one from Germany via Istanbul, one from Ukraine via Canada, and one from India, and they formed a very close bond. And they were friends and collaborators for life. Rodam Narasimha also became part of that close group. Satish's first student, who alas we lost last year at the age of 88, who himself made enormous contributions to science and education. The mutual regard of Satish, Rodam, and their mentor was really something to behold. I doubt very much that Satish, when he was young and 1948-49, had any idea that his name would be clubbed with the greats of Galsit at Caltech, or that his name would be on their website as one of their legends. Likewise, I doubt very much that Rodam Narasimha, Satish's first student, would ever have imagined that he would be remembered as the polymath who gave us a wide variety of scientific programs, ranging from cloud dynamics to indigenous commercial aircraft, and also from the study of Indian systems of knowledge to being considered one of the foremost mentors of his generation. So returning to India in 1951, Satish was fortunate to be selected for a position at the Indian Institute of Science. ISC Department of Aeronautics today is, of course, one of the most popular departments at ISC, with projects ranging from aerospace research to drones that have a variety of practical and scientific applications. Satish threw himself into his work and his delight at working with his hands. The idea of working with your hands as unseparated from the mind was shared by the master craftsmen of the Aero Department workshop, Mr. B. Ramaya, Mr. Doss, and Mr. Narona. I've shown pictures here of Mr. Ramaya and Mr. Doss. I unfortunately couldn't find a picture of Mr. Narona. But these three individuals really helped Satish to create purpose-built instruments, and these were vital for his research. An early activity that grew out of Satish's commitments to egalitarian values was his participation in the World Federation of Scientific Workers. Shown here is the 1956 meeting in Beijing, where he is addressing this gathering. The president that year was the great Frederic Joliot-Curie. So, as fortunate as Satish was in his birth family, Satish was also lucky in love. He met my mother, Nalini Nirodi, in the institute, right on the road outside the Aero Department in 1955. It's almost as if it was a match made in heaven. And they were married soon after. ISC was much more than a workplace for him. ISC was the place that gave him the greatest inspiration to work on practical problems. For us, of course, growing up in ISC, campus was a paradise. Here's a picture of Satish soon after he took over as director. This is a group of friends whom he met almost as soon as he arrived at ISC in 1951. This picture is taken many years later, 50 years after their first meeting at an informal gathering. I think of these wonderful gentlemen as practical idealists. Each of them worked hard in their chosen area of science, science, but they never forgot the value of focusing the endeavor on benefiting a larger cause, be it education or appropriate technology or egalitarian ideals or technology for rural development. Shown here are Professor Vasudevamurthy, K. Krishnaswamy, Amulya Reddy, Sethu Rao, all of whom were stalwarts in their fields. Here are some more pictures of his lifelong friends. Satish retired from ISC in 1981. I would like to talk a little bit about another close group of friends. These associates and friends had a shared love of flight, and it brought them close together in discussing and practical applications of their interest in aerodynamics. Satish's brother Jeet Dhawan was a fighter pilot in the IAF, and he was awarded the AVSM for his service in the 1971 war. Here's a picture of him on the Marut HF-24, the first Asian-built fighter plane. Although life was very busy in those early IISc years, Satish's appointment to ISRO changed many things, since it catapulted him into a whirlwind of activity and expectations at a national level, set on the back of India's aspirations in space. Vikram Sarabhai's leadership had created a community of scientists and engineers. And shown here are some of those people whose continuing service at ISRO paved the way for its success. The culture of ISRO, as you all know, incorporates a steady and detailed analysis of all failures. You cannot have serial successes unless you learn and acknowledge the deep learning that comes from loss. Just some early pictures of projects of ISRO. ISRO in action in 1983 in black and white. ISRO in action today with a new generation of leaders. I have to say that, ISRO performs an incredibly difficult task because they have to deliver while under constant public scrutiny, which is something that most scientists don't have to do. Most scientists can work in their lab, publish papers, do their educative work, but they're not called to account practically every second. And their work is not projected on a real-time basis for the country to look at. So this culture comes from impactful applications. So these are just some notes for his lecture to the Indian Academy of Science in 1979. And you can see that there's a focus on indigenous development and peaceful uses of high technology. Among the things that Satish worried about constantly were matters of conscience. For example, Medha Patkar's selfless struggle to keep the fate of displaced people in our collective consciousness aroused his great admiration, perhaps refracted through the lens of his own family's displacement during partition. He was a member of Pugwash. Both Sarabhai and Satish were members of Pugwash, which was essentially an organization that worked hard to ensure that nuclear and space science were committed to peaceful use. And they participated in these conferences on disarmament. He also wrote strongly to defend the great scientist Nambi Narayanan, who was wrongly accused of wrongdoing and who has recently been exonerated. I would also like to now reflect on another group of friends who worked together. To me, they illustrate the fact that when you're in the midst of working life, you have no time to realize that you can contribute in ways that you cannot imagine, even in ways that you may have no intention of doing. These four, I refer to them by the names that they called each other: Goku, Shivraj, Satish, and Rad. You will all know who they are. Here's a picture of the young Goku winning a wrestling shield in 1940. And here is MGK Menon, the director of TIFR, who was important for so many programs that this country now enjoys. Here's a picture of Shivraj doing experimental physics in a fairly primitive lab in the 1940s. And here he is, S. Ramaseshan, talking excitedly about the capacity for building new materials. He was served as a president of the Indian Academy, and of course, he's well remembered for championing the cause of publishing in India. I very much doubt, that this young Goku, who planned the neutrino experiment in the KGF mine shafts, ever imagined that as Professor MGK Menon, he would be called upon to lead so many institutions of national importance, and that he would be remembered as the quintessence of sagacity and visionary leadership. I doubt very much that the young Shivraj, who waited at a college function in Wardha to get close enough to the Mahatma to physically touch him as a talisman. Would he ever have imagined that as Professor Ramaseshan, he would be remembered not only for being a distinguished physicist, the collaborator of the great Dorothy Hodgkin, but also for the enormous personal influence he brought on championing the cause of rigorous scientific publication in India. I'm very sure that the young Rad who built and sailed a trimaran from Ipswich to Sydney, which is the epitome of adventure, he would never have imagined that he would return to India as Professor Radhakrishnan to head the RRI and be remembered as the creator of a unique institutional model. Likewise, I very much doubt that the young Satish, who worked in HAL fixing British warplanes in pre-independence India in 1942, would ever have imagined that one day we would have a vibrant indigenous civilian space program with a center named after him. So I ask myself, were there great visionaries and doers only in the era post-independence? That's something that seemed to me that the generation who built independent India was more committed and focused than my own or the current generation. But I think this is something of an illusion, since every generation is likely to value the inheritance of problems seemingly solved by the previous generation. And we devalue the struggles of people around us because they are still in progress. We don't know the end of the stories that we see around us. Today, I think the task is more difficult than the struggle and emergence of the independent India, since those with whom we must disagree and take issue with are not any foreign colonizing power, but ourselves. A colonial government has no moral authority, only aggressive strength. But in the end, they recognize it and leave. What of our own ability to ensure dissent and open discussion in our society so that we can accommodate divergent views and make it possible for all members of our society to progress, not one set at the cost of others? Satish had a peaceful retirement with his grandchildren. In his last research work, in which he claimed no originality, Satish focused on bird flight, using the high-speed cameras and the proximity to the migratory birds offered by his frequent visits to Lake Pulicat near Sriharikota. In the little book that grew out of this work, he thanked ISRO and the scientists for their help, but he also thanked the birds for their participation. In his life, Satish studied elements of flight and left a legacy that went beyond aeronautical research and space applications. Satish passed away in 2002. He belonged to a generation that left a legacy of collective action. I just want to end with a couple of thoughts. I am a cell biologist. Living cells make up a collective, which is a functioning organism. To perform any task worth the while, a collective effort is needed. And sometimes those tasks are not in agreement and require negotiation. Seen from space, our home is a beautiful place, even if it is not always so on the ground for many of our brothers and sisters. So I want to end with a universal image of human achievement, which is only possible by invoking the collective, something that reminds us that we are not just individuals or men and women or Indians, but human. This picture is the pale blue dot. It was a picture taken by Voyager spacecraft in 1990. This wonderful little spacecraft, engineered by NASA and JPL, was leaving the solar system when Carl Sagan persuaded NASA to ask Voyager, which until then had been sending us pictures and images of the universe ahead, to turn around and take a picture of our home. The backward glance of the iconic pale blue dot image, showing us simultaneously our infinitesimally small place in the universe and the fact that our species is the only one that can conjure the means to take that unimaginable outward journey, but also look back at ourselves. This quote, which is from the Ralph Sockman, who was the pastor of a church, says, "The larger the island of knowledge, the longer the shoreline of wonder." I think that encapsulates the fundamental joy of exploring our universe. Voyager is still sending back data 42 years after it was sent out to explore the unknown. I think we have a universe of possibility before us. Thank you all for participating in this remembrance of my dear father and giving me the opportunity to represent his family. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for such a beautifully illustrative, informative, and as well as very deeply emotional lecture, I would like to say, because it is full of emotions and full of aspirations and inspiration. And that too by a daughter of Professor Satish. On this, I would like to say that sharing the great grand memories, and outstanding contribution of an immortal father, makes one feel proud. But others are also very much thankful to you for projecting this manifold attributes of an extraordinary man with beautiful illustrated slides. Thank you very much. Thank you for such a nice illustration full of remembrance and memories, sweet memories. We really feel proud
Thank you
of
so
that.
much.
Thank you. Now it is the right moment that after such a illustrative and informative and emotional lecture, our Honorable President should say a few words as remarks. And our President, Professor Ajay Ghatakji, is another great scientist who has worked a lot in the area of light and other physics. And he has written so many books, not only the research articles, but so many books, and that are read vastly, widely, all among the students of IITs and other all over world.
Thank you.
Several
Thank
books
you.
are already on the NASI's website also.
Thank you.
And he was professor in the Department of Physics, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He was also chairing the NASI Delhi chapter after our revered guru, Professor V.P. Sharma ji. And he has proved that the legacy which was given to him after Professor V.P. Sharma ji has flourished, and it has gone to the skies now, because the Delhi chapter has done excellently good in all the spheres of the science and society, communicating science to the people under the leadership of Professor Ajay Ghatakji. Sir, as
Thank
the Honorable President, I request you to say a few words as your remarks.
Thank you so much, Neeraj, for your kind words. You may not have said so many things, but it's really a pleasure and great honor to be participate in this very important session. We had just heard a lovely talk from Jyotsna Dhawan. It was so good to hear her. So we are today celebrating the 101st birth anniversary of Professor Satish Dhawan, who was born on this date at Srinagar, and today it is the 101st birth anniversary. I thought I should mention that on 28th August 2021, few weeks back, NASI celebrated the 93rd birth anniversary of the great Professor M.G.K. Menon, who was referred to as Goku by Jyotsna Dhawan, and that was also a very memorable function. And about 1 year, 2 years back, NASI had celebrated the 100th birth anniversary of Dr. Vikram Saribhai, the father of the Indian space program. It was held at the Satish Dhawan Auditorium in IIC Bangalore. And I thought I should mention, and it was followed by a very intensive program and all this. And today we are having this Satish Dhawan celebration, and all events have been meticulously planned by Professor Manju Sharma and her excellent team at NASI headquarters. And we are indeed extremely grateful for her great efforts. Today, the lectures that we heard, the remembrances that we heard from Dr. Ashok Mishra and Dr. Josna Dhawan and others are just so good. And I wish the entire younger generation of today could have heard this. Maybe Neeraj has recorded this, and we should make it available for the younger generation to hear that. And we could hear that because of the efforts of people like Professor Manju Sharma. We are, on behalf of NASI, my sincere gratitude to her extraordinary efforts. So as we all know, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai and Dr. Satish Dhawan were great Indian visionaries and founders of the FACE program. And it is said that Satish Dhawan is the man who inspired Abdul Kalam to the great heights and made him the rocket man. So we owe so much to these people. So I thought I will take this opportunity and spend 5-10 minutes, not more, to tell you a bit of history on the development of science and technology in India and why we owe so much to scientists like Professor Satish Dhawan. So as you all know, the iron pillar in Delhi was built in the 5th century, and it does not rust because there is a thin coating of manganese dioxide. And therefore, the thin film technology existed 1500 years back. And so did Nalanda University, which was one of the great universities at that time, one of the greatest universities. But then we had a dark period in India, and there was little development of science and technology. And this was also the dark period in Europe. But in Europe, we had Galileo and Newton, which was followed by the great industrial revolution, which started around 1760 and involved, for example, going from handheld production methods to machines. This industrial revolution, which happened in Europe, did not take place in India. It was only in 1857 the 3 universities were set up in Madras, Calcutta, and Bombay, similar to the structure of University of London. And in 1869, and this is a very important slide, in an article on the desirability of a national institution for the cultivation of science, the great visionary and philanthropist Dr. Mahendralal Sarkar wrote that the prevailing backwardness of the country was due to backwardness of science, and that the solution was in the vigorous pursuit of the sciences by original research. And this is not 1969, this is 1869. And 150 years later, today, we still have 30% of our population below the poverty line. And how do we remove the poverty? And the solution is in the vigorous pursuit of the sciences by original research, in research and development. And as you all know, that Mahendralal Sarkar established the Indian Association for Cultivation of Sciences in Calcutta, where C.V. Raman did his Nobel Prize winning work. Because of the scientific base which was created, we have achieved a lot. We have achieved nuclear energy through the efforts of people like Professor Bhabha. He was a great visionary, and Raja Ramanna, and many others. And then we had people like Vikram Sarabhai, Satish Dhawan, and Abdul Kalam. In 2017, ISRO created a world record by sending 104 satellites in a single rocket. That was a world record. And we are all so very proud of that. And then people like S.S. Bhatnagar, Meghnad Saha, and D.S. Kothari. D.S. Kothari was my own teacher, and Meghnad Saha was my father's teacher. And my father did his research also with S.S. Bhatnagar. So I have met all 3 of them, and others created a chain of CSIR and defense research laboratories. And then we had the Green Revolution, Professor Swaminathan, the White Revolution, the Milk Revolution by Dr. Varghese Kurian. And now we have the vision of doing so in sending light bulbs to every village in India. And I hope I live to see that. And that is the great vision of our Prime Minister. And then we have about 1.2 billion mobile phones and tremendous advancement in information technology, because of which today sitting in Delhi, you can hear me in Bangalore or Allahabad or even New York or this thing. So this revolution has happened and India has taken a lead in that, and that we have used this technology and it has helped the poorer of the poorest. And so therefore, we must adopt new technologies. Today, sitting in Delhi or sitting in New York, we can teach a child in a small village in Orissa or Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra. This is a revolution that has happened, and we must use this. So we have achieved so much, but nevertheless, we still are a very 30% of our population, which is a staggering 400 million, we live in great poverty. You all must watch, the students must watch a movie by Lisa Christine, and when they show uh, the state in which some of the villages still exist, and we have this even in Delhi. And so, how do we remove this poverty? How do we remove? We all should think on that, because we all sitting in this room are very fortunate and very, very privileged. And but the country is still poor. It is only through education, science, and technology. We have to invest in women's education, in science, and in technology. So I do not have to tell you about the enormous contributions of ISRO finding applications for the benefit of poor people, because that was very beautifully described by Professor Ashok Mishra and Professor Jyotsna Thapar. But nevertheless, I told you about the tremendous contribution of ISRO in sending 104 satellites in a single rocket. And then currently there are 3 meteorological satellites, Kalpana 1, INSAT 3A, INSAT 3D, in the geosynchronous orbit. Quick visualization and analysis of data and product enable accurate weather assessments, which is so helpful to the poorer section of the society. And this is an INSAT 3 image, brightness temperature image of a certain cyclone in Bay of Bengal in October 2014. And massive destructions do take place because of the cyclone, but because of the accurate weather protection from the satellite data, the loss of life is almost to a minimum. So this is a revolution that has happened. You see, people say that probably the satellite technology is for the rich. It is not. It is for the poor. It is the poorer section of the people benefit from that, and we all should therefore support the research and development, not only in big institutes like IITs and IISc, but also in smaller institutions in our country. So Satish Dhawan was such a great pioneer, and people like Satish Dhawan, Vikram Sarabhai, Homi Bhabha, Meghnad Saha, S.S. Bhatnagar are people, and Professor Menon and others for whom we owe so much, and we require such leaders today. Fortunately, in India, we have a large pool of outstanding young students, but we require more of such leaders who will guide us and take us to great heights. So our next speaker will be Professor Kasturi Rangan, past president of NASI and who headed ISRO from 1994 to 2003. Dr. Neeraj will give a more formal introduction, but I thought I must mention that he got the Padma Vibhushan, and also he has his new interest in his new contribution to the new education policy of our country. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for very nicely illustrating and also informing this August gathering about the contributions of the many legends of this country and how this country has grown up with their contributions, manifold contributions, and immense several endeavors which had taken the India to a long stride, and what we are today is because of their legacy and because of their contributions, outstanding contribution.
Absolutely.
So it is really very nice talk, sir. Thank you very much. And it was really a type of, I must say, a concluding remark about all these things. But before that, we have the inaugural speech. But before the inaugural speech, I would like to say a few words now in Hindi. I am sorry because uh, I cannot resist myself in speaking Hindi also. And these four lines about about him who have told just now that about the such legends. कुछ शख्सियत हमें कुछ शख्सियत हमें मजबूर कर देती हैं, कुछ शख्सियत हमें मजबूर कर देती हैं कि हम भी कुछ ऐसा करें कि जमाना याद करे उनके जाने के बाद. So such legends who have been quoted by you in your speech are really such that those contributions have made us feel proud and privileged now that we are living in a nation which is a great in all the sense and ahead of many nations in the world. Thank you very much, sir. Regarding Honorable and Revered Professor Kasturi Ranganji, it is very difficult to say anything from my side, but just to perform this formality, I am doing this audacity to introduce him because Professor Kasturi Ranganji is not a legendary person, but living legend, but he is a person who has been instrumental in guiding modern India and modern Indian science in many ways. He was the past president of our academy. He was the member of the planning commission. He was the member of the Rajya Sabha. He was the member and the chairman of the ISRO, a space organization. Many things. Actually, more than 100 things have been chaired and guided by him in this Indian science and the Indian politics also, because that also needs guidance from the stalwart scientists. So because of him, the several policies also came into existence. The new Indian science policies came into existence with his guidance. The NASI also flourished under his guidance as the past president during his tenure as the president. And it actually, he taught us, he just guided us to make more analytical our programs and everything when we were sharing the programs with some abstract thing. So he guided us that be more analytical. He told me, he called me in his office when he was in the planning commission, and he told me that Neeraj, you should be more analytical. And that is how we progressed. And many things came into light with the actually association of Madam Manju Sharma ji with Professor Kasturi Rangan sir. Actually, we have always been benefited with his guidance and the leadership. Sir, in the new education policy, if we see that, because that is already announced and that is already being implemented, so it is the policy which has never been seen anywhere, any sphere of the projects or the policies in India, because of many of its manifold type of the systematic display and orchestrated planning of whole of the education right from the Macaulay period to this very period. And the whole system has been that has been parted in several ways, and that has been differentiated into several levels and strategies where one by one with the steps we can go ahead and make the India feel proud after the legacy of the British. Now this is the only policy which has been introduced with such intense that the India could leap forward in the field of the education and awareness. And we can say that the India will be soon be economic giant with our own education economy. So, sir has led this education policy to become a educational economy, and this is the need of the hour. We are very much grateful to you, sir, and we request you very humbly to say a few words as the inaugural address. Sir.
Thank you, Professor Neeraj, for your very kind remarks. I would like to thank NASI for organizing this event, which I think is one of the milestone events of NASI in this year, remembering Professor Dhawan. And also in particular, its dynamic president, Professor Ajay Ghatak, who has been taking forward the rich traditions of NASI in the recent times. And I've been seeing this through the various activities, programs, events that he has been organizing. And of course, my own long-term valued colleague and friend, Professor Manju Sharma. We had an association which is several decades. We worked together when I was chairman ISRO and she was the secretary DBT. And then later on, we continued our association, and she and Professor Menon made me also the president of the NASI, where I had the privilege of working closely with all of them and all of you as a part of taking the NASI further with respect to its ideals originally laid down by Professor M.N. Saha. And so I'm very thankful to Professor Sharma. She wanted this program. She wanted to make it one of the very eventful events of the NASI this year. Unfortunately, we couldn't hold it last year. And I think it has been richly rewarded by the very wonderful, exhilarating, and inspiring lecture from Dr. Jyotsna Dhawan. Who can talk about her dad than Jyotsna Dhawan? She really gave a feel of what the personality of Professor Dhawan is, which none of us can do. I should say, I was associated with Professor Dhawan throughout my career since I came out of the PhD program in PRL. I had come in contact because around the time 1971 was when I exited PRL and joined ISRO 6 months before the death of Sarabhai. And there was Professor Dhawan to take the organization further. So I came in contact virtually around the first day of Professor Dhawan's assuming ISRO's responsibility. And then I had been, in essence, keeping in touch with him, not only as a part of ISRO, his different levels of responsibilities, and also as chairman ISRO, but even when I moved to Planning Commission, and even when I moved, or when I about to move out of the ISRO. So you can see it is a stint in which I had a very long association, practically spanning my association with ISRO itself. So that is the kind of association I had. I learned, and practically he made me into something very different than what I was when I came in contact with him. And so some of the reasons why it was so, of course, Jyotsna had very beautifully done this with illustration, with her articulation and everything else. So I thank her for giving me this privilege of hearing her. Professor Govinda Rajan was here and Professor Ashok Mitra here. They're all very active people in the area of scientific endeavor in this country. And of course, you, Professor Neeraj Kumar, and they have been working extremely hard to make sure that no stone is unturned with respect to me being in NASI, one of the best institutions in this country for promotion of science and technology, and also on the social front. So with these few things, I thought, I know I've been in the last 5-6 days itself. This is the third talk I'm giving about Professor Dhawan. So it becomes, it becomes very difficult to think that what do I say here, which I have not said there earlier? What is it that I have said earlier, which I have not said earlier? It's a very difficult thing. And there are many things, of course, unlike Professor Dovna's dossier, which starts with the birth of Dhawan to the end. I have only that period where I was associated with him. So that is one limitation. But nevertheless, I thought that I should say something about the role of Professor Dhawan in space, not in the context of the great things he did, everybody talks about it, but more importantly, you had four, if you ask me, the ISRO is really something like made up of four earlier pioneers. The first one was the visionary and a pioneer, Professor Vikram Sarabhai. Professor Dhawan, a visionary, missionary, and a pioneer. Professor M.G.K. Menon, who held the thing for a short period before Professor Dhawan took over and after the passing away of Professor Sarabhai. And also my own association with Professor U.R. Rao, from which I knew him very well. And he held the fort for 10 years, in which case I worked closely with him. In a sense, if you ask me, these 30, 35 years of association of these four scientists made a lot of difference to ISRO's present position, image, and the direction it has taken in a sustainable fashion. So in this overall framework of 30, 35 years of these four chairmen, there are roles specifically played in terms of vision and pioneering steps by Sarabhai, the one where the Professor Menon held the fort interim for about 10 months, but very significant and eventful. And then we had Professor Satish Dhawan, more than 10 years holding the fort for ISRO, and several things happened in this period. And then, of course, the dynamic chairman who pushed the things program, strengthening many aspects of what has been already done by the previous predecessors, Professor U.R. Rao. Since I had the advantage of seeing this evolving once as a student and later as a junior scientist in ISRO and later in a little senior position and then working as the chairman following these 4 years, I thought I can give a little feel on my perception about how does what is the criticality of Professor Dhawan's period, the 10 years he held the charge of ISRO, and how did it make a difference for all the actions and visions of Sarabhai in taking it forward, and how did it make a difference with respect to the follow-on actions of Professor Rao and many other subsequent chairmen in terms of creating a sustainable activity with a proper direction and relevance to this country. So that is the kind of a thing, and that is my perception of this. So please don't take this as a universal acceptance of a certain idea or a trend which I am trying to give. I will start with the fact that, of course, I would say Neeraj said about the education policy and so on. All I can say, even if I start about Professor Dhawan, is I think what the policy probably misses in before it was accepted by the government was a critical review I would have got done from Professor Dhawan if he was alive. And I don't know what kind of changes I would have had to effect on the policy if only he was going from page to page. And you know, those 440 pages of the initial policy, if he was given this, I know how every word he will go through, how every comma and semicolon he will put, and how many questions he will ask on the margins, and what kind of discussion I would have gone through. This I cannot imagine, but knowing fully well the type of things I've gone through with him in interactions, I know it would have been it could be a different policy, or he would have gotten also an appreciation. Don't think that his job is only to criticize. He really sees good things about good things. So that part of it, but that assurance I now don't have about this policy because I did not have the privilege of consulting. I'll say now a few things about the lecture itself. The modern space science, I've started with that particular part, had its beginning in 1946, not 1962, as we think in the first 1957, first Sputnik. The scientists started deployment of instruments to the outer fringes of the atmosphere, and you start looking at the higher regions of the Earth's atmosphere, ionosphere. They use balloons up to 40, 45 kilometers and rockets up to something like 100 kilometers or even a little higher, and then look at the radiation coming from outside as well as the geophysical phenomena. In spite of the professed scientific goals of the first Earth observation missions, the launch of Sputnik on October 4, 1957 by the then Soviet Union added a new dimension to the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. The early scientific satellite missions of the United States had the implicit goals of pursuing their interest by establishing the international legal principle that national sovereignty did not extend to the altitudes at which satellites would orbit. This is a very important point that the superpowers recognized. And therefore, they wanted to quickly get to the vantage point of state, put satellites, carry cameras, and start snooping. Thus, there was no obstacle in international law to the flight of a reconnaissance satellite over Soviet territory by United States or vice versa. Against this backdrop, it is significant to note that the early inspiration for the Indian space program came not from any military objectives, but from the interests of a large scientific community which had been actively engaged in research programs related to geophysics and astrophysics. When Vikram Sarabhai and Homi Bhabha suggested national support for space science and technology with possible applications to Indian problems in 1962, the Sputnik era was just 5 years old. Pandit Nehru's approval for the application of science-based technology in India was not an act of was an act of extraordinary foresight and courage. This decision, in the absence of experience with operational systems, the newness and complexity of the technology, and the high risks involved only could have been based on a vision of the future and an abiding faith on confidence on the Indian scientists and people. And in fact, Professor Ajay Ghatak mentioned about the type of scientists on which he had the faith. The vision of space that Vikram Sarabhai gave for India is extraordinary for its realism and pragmatism, unique for its deep insights into the socio-economic context of the country, extensive in the levels of details and identification of different dimensions, and remarkable for display of his own conviction in the annals of our science and technology endeavors. Very rarely has one come across a vision that has withstood the test of time, in this case, over more than 5 decades. Sarabhai's emphasis on self-reliance made it the most important aspect of the Indian space program and enabled the program to overcome numerous challenges in the course of his journey towards operational applications in space. His vision was not merely restricted to technology and applications. His foresight also attended to the needs of a new organizational structures on one side and the fundamental issue of the role of humans in space on the other. Development of this vision itself was spread over a decade from 1961 to 1970s. Thus, period was characterized by consultation among various stakeholders, using professionals from across the world as sounding boards with detailed assessments of the different dimensions of the envisaged program through experimentation, analysis, and simulation that factored in the socio-economic context of India. In retrospect, it is gratifying to note that such an elaborate and carefully formulated vision helped the space program to grow in a directed manner over the next 3 decades without any major deviation. Of course, there are mid-course corrections that need to be done, and this will be, the subsequent chairman have been very alert and appropriate actions have been taken. Even as we recognize the importance of Dr. Sarabhai's several innovative initiatives with particular focus on outer space, it's also very pertinent to recapitulate one major process that he set in motion before his death. Dr. Sarabhai believed in ensuring space exploration as a sustainable and relevant activity for this country. Since he was also the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission between 1966 and 1971, he understood that similar consideration need to be brought to bear in realizing national acceptance of the Atomic Energy Commission program itself. In 1970, a document entitled Atomic Energy and Space Research, a profile for the decade 1970 to 1980 was prepared by the Department of Atomic Energy under his supervision. This was followed immediately by the DAE in October 1970 through a series of steps for a strategy for implementation of the profile in this area. You know, the DAE was already in operation and many activities were going on, so they could translate this profile straight into actions. In the case of space-based research, Dr. Sarabhai, in consultation with senior members of ISRO, decided to hold a national seminar. Regarding that, Sarabhai said, it's possible to develop atomic energy and space research through basic, applied, and developmental research in islands largely isolated from the rest of the country. But large-scale applications of either for the benefit of the nation cannot be undertaken in isolation. As a follow-up to this, and with the idea of holding a national seminar as soon as possible, a steering committee consisting of Professor P.D. Bauza as the chairman and Professor P.R. Pisharati, Professor E.V. Chitnis, and Professor U.R. Rao as his members was constituted in November 1971. After due deliberations, the steering committee decided to set up 6 study groups communications, meteorology, earth resources surveys, geodesy, navigation, and space sciences in December of 1971. The sudden demise of Dr. Sarabhai led to Professor Menon assuming the position of ISRO chairman, and this in turn caused him to take over the mantle of this major responsibility. Professor Menon. One of the key elements of Professor Menon's early days of being interim chairman of ISRO was to take the initiative to conduct a major consulting national seminar on the Indian space program with the idea of bringing all the important stakeholders under one platform. Originally conceived and initial direction given by Dr. Sarabhai, it fell on Professor Menon to take this effort forward. Professor, I should say a word about, I digress here little. With Professor Menon, I had a very long association, a very long stint. Initially, when he was in different other positions, and then when he took over ISRO for a short period, at which time he really approved the Aryabhata, India's first satellite, approved cooperation with the Soviet Union and appointed Professor Rao as the project director. I had a long association with him subsequently, even after leaving ISRO. He made me, along with Dr. Manju Sharma, the president of the NASI. He advised me, he really gave me very critical inputs about various aspects of the programs. I often consulted him in the context of space when he was chairman of ISRO, when I was the chairman of ISRO, and in many other cases. In fact, I should say I kept in touch with him until his last moments. And it was a very fruitful and memorable association with this great scientist. Professor Dhawan took over the reins of the Indian space program in December 1971. And I should say still, it was just in its infancy at a very precarious stage at the unexpected and untimely passing away of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. He efficiently consolidated the pioneering efforts of Dr. Sarabhai and gave a concrete shape to his dreams by nurturing the space program through its critical nascent phase and guiding the organization to maturity over the next 12 years. He brought the space program to a stage of transition where it yielded multiple benefits to India. Professor Dhawan had a great foresight and an ability to manage a multidisciplinary and technologically complex space program as set up by the government. His strategy for the organization of the space program was very unique. I can only summarize these things about Professor Dhawan in his overall personality. He was an innovative strategist, a rare human being, one of his kind, a lovable teacher, an intense researcher, an innovative technologist, an able institution builder, an excellent academic administrator, all at the same time, yet distinctly visible. I want to say at this stage, because he had taken over, in a sense, from Dr. Sarabhai. I would consider still Menon as a stopgap period, but Menon took the decisions on Aryabhat, Apple approvals, and things of that kind. But the key elements of Sarabhai's vision and the early evaluation of some of these elements with respect to actual experimentation, which was more an initiative step from Sarabhai, had to be demonstrated more convincingly to the society. You needed to create an institution which will take this convincing as an action at the national level. You had to bring in several stakeholders who used to use the conventional methods of doing things and who had to brought in the new technology of space into their to improve the efficiency or whatever you want to do as a standalone or as a complementary system or a supplementary system. So there are many actions to be done, and each one of them needed thinking, because India is a complex country. It is governed, the public system is very strong, and there is a bureaucratic system, there is a political system, and you have to make sure the success of a space program with the kind of investments and the kind of newness that it will produce to the society had to be carefully weighed with respect to its acceptance in the broader context of the country. This was a challenge that Professor Dhawan really met when he took over. Let me say this in the context of a specific programs. You look at Aryabhata and Bhaskara program. What he did is Aryabhata was the first satellite which India was building, and that too with an international cooperation at that time, the Soviet Union. He did not want any setback through this program because it will send a long message to the country about the space itself. He accepted very reluctantly the chairmanship of the board, management board of Aryabhat, only because he didn't want to really think of anything that is happening which could go wrong and which he missed. And this is a very rare thing because Professor Dhawan's personality was to make sure that there is an appropriate delegation at appropriate levels and make sure that they carry this out for full empowerment, whether it is technical empowerment, financial empowerment, administrative empowerment. So he believed in that kind of a structure. So to accept the chairmanship of Aryabhatta, a project of ISRO, was very unique. And he did this only to make sure this is the first project. He wanted nothing to go wrong and he wanted to get a good image when the first president. And he succeeded. He was an extraordinary chairman. I was made the secretary of this board and I had the privilege of knowing him, working with him in this connection. And it was an extraordinary experience. I can only say that even when he went through the minutes of the Aryabhatta board minutes, he used to not only look at the contents of the minutes, but even the English of the minute, because he has an MA in literature. And even he put a comma and column, semicolon, everything he used to put down. And he used to be very critical and incisive about every statement that you try to make, its accuracy and precision. So even when I reported that there's an instrument that is under development and this instrument's development is progressing smoothly and there is no concern in that, he saw the margin he wrote, there is no concern, I am worried. So that is the kind of criticality he looked at many things. Next, he thought, having built the Aryabhatta successfully, shown the nation, I should now quickly get onto an application. And this application will show an end-to-end capability for this. And in the time, it can be done within a limited resources, both human as well as finances, and within a short time. That was the Bhaskara program. He did this within his mission, a 6 crore project, 4 years to do, and demonstrated the ability of imaging from space, and then brought in some users to make sure that is used. So an end-to-end capability in remote sensing was established thanks to his vision of using a very shortcut and very economically viable approach to a project. Similar thing he did with respect to site. Site was initiated by Sarabhai, but the more complex aspect of showing, demonstrating, and doing the ground-based experiment came to him. This is a satellite instructional television experiment. Originally a communication satellite. Apple was built with an experimental communication satellite like Aryabhat, Bhaskara, but that also we had to work with the users. There is another major thing. Use the American satellite. Landsat agreement was already done. The whole strategy, if you look at some of these earlier effort, by the capability from abroad, whether it is a Landsat system or a ATSF system for site experiment, these are all American satellites. Build the ground system by Indians. Use the Indian stakeholders and do the experiment in the context of the Indian capability, Indian outlook, and Indian culture, and then demonstrate the totality of what the system is, a space system, and therefore make it an acceptable proposition for the stakeholders. So you can see that common thread running through the initial thing, and we had good, excellent cooperation with America as well as with Europe and also with Russia, then Soviet Union, in trying to push this kind of a philosophy. Then came the question of a challenge to build an operational remote sensing satellite. Right from the beginning, Professor Dhawan said, we cannot have a second level remote sensing capability. We should have a first level remote sensing capability. And I am happy to say that the team worked extremely hard to define an Indian remote sensing satellite system whose capability will be similar to the best in the world, that is the Landsat system or the French spot system. And the amount of homework we have to do to define this world-class satellite was where I remember Professor Dhawan's directions with carrying out joint experimental projects and many other kinds of things. I don't want to go into the details of this, but what I want to say is a very well thought out configuration. The technologies were very, very carefully chosen. The penchant for Professor Dhawan to look at multiple options and then to come to an optimal solution was very much evident, from which we learned quite a lot about the way we had to tackle future decision making. And then association of stakeholders. That was a very large effort that he went through with the various ministries and so on. And the most important aspect is the question of creating also a more permanent structure to make use of states so that it becomes a sustainable activity and it is now accepted by the large number of users in the country. That is where he created an institutional mechanism. Of course, the first was the top system. This is called the Space Commission, which he established. This is at the highest level, only reporting to the Prime Minister, a single window decision making for all aspects of India's program, since it contained Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, Prime Minister, Finance Secretary, and so on, besides, of course, the chairman, who was the member on there. Then he also created three broad user community institutions: INSAT Coordination Committee, National Natural Resource Management System Preparatory and later Ethical Planning Committee, and then Science, which came under the Advisory Committee for Space Science. So these three elements were separate, which brought in stakeholders together, met the stakeholders. They defined what the requirements of a mission is, and the mission got defined by these stakeholders. And then we built the missions into spacecrafts and other kinds of requirements, and then meet their requirement, whether it is in communication, broadcasting, or remote sensing. So this was an extraordinary institutional mechanism which Professor Dhawan created. So the consolidation period, demonstrating the operational ability of the system and its utility by the users, they were all part and parcel of laying the groundwork for India's space program. That is precisely what Professor Dhawan did during his 10 years of stint at the space. And he had several ideas about how to make sure that the future that things are taken care of by early recognition of the requirements, and also strategizing them with respect to how much familiarity we have. Buy-build option was one of the classic things where the INSAT we went, first generation we built with the Ford Aerospace, and later on it became, another name. But more important is he put something like 30-35 scientists there, and they were supposed to look at the test evaluation and quality assurance results. But more importantly, he told them that you better make sure that you know end to end the technology of these satellites. And they did a thorough job of this. They came back, the second generation, third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation, and so on of the INSAT that you see today came out of that first level planting of the first few engineers, some 35, 40 engineers who got the familiarity of building a modern satellite by their exposure of buying. So you are a building option, you are buying it, you are getting a feel of the technology. That field of technology gets transferred into India's futuristic systems, and the INSAT was subsequent series were a part of that kind of a thing. And of course, he had also, any planning, he believed that we need to have two options. We develop internally. If it gets stuck up, we don't get stuck up in terms of the program. So you get an outside system and plug it in. So your initial design itself should have these kind of provisions. So buy-build option was another strategy that he had. Then, of course, when human flight, that Rakesh Sharma's flight was there, you can see his outlook. He was asked by Madam Gandhi that now the Soviet Union wants us to fly a Indian astronaut, a cosmonaut into a Soviet spacecraft. And then President Dhawan was very clear. The type of resource you need, the type of finances we need to put, and the type of time we have to spend, it could probably impact the mainstream of Indian space program. And he gave her a thorough explanation and a presentation of how this is worrying him. And she understood him, she appreciated it, and he moved into the defense and said the saying that you should also support the defense in trying to have this program handled by them. So he was bold. He could squarely meet a tricky issue, and he could prevail upon the political system. He had that ability because he had that kind of a credibility with the political system. The initial investment on cryogenic technologies, I remember, in 1985 itself, we know that ultimately the upper stage of a launch vehicle will be powered by the cryogenic. Its efficiency, upper stage gives about 40% of the total velocity, and liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen is the best kind of a fuel system. Temperatures are issued 20 degrees and 48, 60 degrees. You have to operate the system. You have high-speed turboprops which go up to 40,000, 50,000 RPM. So they have their own complexities in terms of technology, ball bearing, and things of that kind. But so he knew that we have to master this technology, but not necessarily build this technology and put an ability for the final system. He eminently succeed. When we finally negotiated with Soviet Union to procure the cryogenic or even to get the technology transfer, we were very familiar with the technology of cryogenic, even though we have not built a full-fledged cryogenic system. This was because the early foresight of Professor Dhawan that we should have investments in areas which will have an important implication even when we want to buy technology from outside. Nobody can take us for a ride. That was his system. involvement of industries and academia, right, and project management and things of that kind, I want to say was very rigorous. If you give him a project report, he will look into the nitty-gritty details of finances, schedule, how have you arrived at this analysis, why there is no alternate analysis for this strategy, these kind of things. So we made, in fact, I should say, I myself went through this direct grilling by him in preparation of the project report for the Indian remote sensing satellite. And I should say, in fairness, when it came to assessment of the requirements of the resources in terms of finances, and it was 62 crores or something like that, he finally cleared it after having satisfied himself. I want to say at the end of the project, we had to spend 65 crores. Just imagine after 6 or 8 years, just 3 crores of difference between the estimate made first and the estimate actually we uncovered. So you see, this shows the type of rigor he brought in doing anything, including project management, the review mechanism, the culture of ISRO's review mechanism, the discipline we bring into the review mechanism are all part of the culture he imbibed into us during his period. So that was Professor Dhawan. And then, of course, it was given over to Professor Rao. It was a dynamic bundle of energy. It was not only a major responsibility to translate with speed the various operational systems like IRs, INSATs, and so on, completed the development of the PSLV, initiated the development of GSLV. So these were all part and parcel of Professor Rao's thing, which take the ISRO forward, both in terms of the vision of Sarabhai, the missions identified and matured by Professor Dhawan, and a culture that Professor Dhawan imbibed into the organization and the methodologies he developed. So these are all part and parcel of ensuring that Professor Rao followed up this kind of a thing. In a sense, between these 4 people, the Professor Sarabhai, Professor Menon, Professor Dhawan, and Professor Rao, there was a relay race, I would say, and the baton was being transferred. The beauty of this baton is nobody tried to this thing, tamper with the previous man's decision, because they were all taken on solid basis. They themselves were part of it. There are many cases in which we try to give a personalized touch by changing the scope of the previous your predecessor. In ISRO, this has not happened among the first 4 chairmen, and that is one of the strong things. And Professor Dhawan's role, if you now look at it in the context of these 4 chairmen, Sarabhai becomes a vision and a direction for ISRO, initiated some of the proof of concept demonstration. It was left to Professor Dhawan to carry this forward, consolidate it, and then putting into a more permanent footing. Professor Dhawan helped, Professor Menon helped him. In the case of Professor Rao, he carried this forward with speed so that several milestones he could achieve through the earlier this thing. So if you really put all this kind of a thing, the 30 and odd years that these 4 pioneers led India's space program, one can clearly see the evolution of the different phases from the initiation, building experimental demonstration system, towards realization of operational services, to a variety of developmental endeavors. This is the result of a very systematic progressing of related activities through meticulous planning, careful implementation, and above all, building a strong user base on one side and industrial base on the other side. One can see the criticality of Professor Dhawan's leadership in terms of bringing in several innovative steps, all focused towards sustainability of this activity. The subsequent success of ISRO owes much to the solid foundations that Professor Dhawan laid down through his extraordinary vision, leadership, and strategy. And on this day, the day of his birth anniversary, we pay our humble tribute by making sure that we follow the rules he set for himself as something which is much more universal and incumbent on all of us who carry responsibility in this country to take it forward, because that ensures that we have success coupled with a culture of working. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Actually, narrating the story of giants, narrating the story of giants is itself a difficult task, but it becomes aesthetically significant when told by the great scientists and stalwarts like you, sir. We are very much grateful to you for narrating the whole story right from Professor Dhawan to Professor Menon and Professor U.R. Rao and all the story behind the successful stride of the ISRO and the space program. Sir, I would like to request Madam Manju Sharma ji, Honorable Manju Sharma ji, to say few words just to conclude your lecture. Madam, please.
Neeraj, I don't think we can conclude what Dr. Kasturi Rangan has said because the lecture itself was so elusive and everybody could understand what he was trying to explain, bringing all these great scientists together and then how the space program evolved and how Dr. Kasturi Rangan was associated. All I want to say is the new education policy which he has formulated and which now has been accepted by the government is really a most visionary approach for the future of India. I only wish and I will request the government at every forum that we should try and follow that, implement the new education policy. Education is absolutely must. Dr. Ghatak also said education and science and technology to combat all the poverty, illiteracy, unemployment, etc. And Dr. Kasturi Rangan, the architect of the new education policy, of course, previously the involvement of Dr. Kasturi Rangan in the space program was absolutely fantastic the way he did it because I knew many things which he was doing. In fact, one very important program which we started together along with the Department of Biotechnology was the bioprospecting. For the first time in this country, bioprospecting of the bioresources of the country. And several documents have been produced as a result of that program. And those documents are being given to state governments for planning their future programs. So Dr. Kasturi Rangan is not only done excellent sort of progress in the area of space technology and research, but also many other areas which he has covered. And the latest one, the new education policy, is absolutely fantastic. We just need to implement it. That's all. And thank you so much, Dr. Kasturi Rangan. This was really wonderful. And I'm sure you will continue your association with NASI like this. Okay, thank you. And now
Thank you, madam, for these remarks, valuable remarks.
I will request Dr. Paramjit Khurana to please propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Madam
much.
Professor Paramjit Khurana ji is the General Secretary of the Station of the Academy and Professor, and she was also head of the Plant Molecular Biology, University of Delhi, and she is also fellow of all three science academies. Madam.
Thank you very much, Neeraj ji. Good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the National Academy of Sciences, I think it's my proud privilege to extend this vote of thanks to all the distinguished participants in today's birth anniversary celebrations of Professor Satish Dhawan. As mentioned earlier, we had planned the celebration in April 2020, but due to the COVID pandemic, it had to be postponed. Nonetheless, today also happens to be 101 birth anniversary of Professor Satish Dhawan, who is known as a towering personality, I consider him, of modern India, responsible for inculcating a scientific temper in the country. And what better way to celebrate his life and accomplishments, I think, in this particular. So today's event, I think, is special not only because of the centennial celebrations, but also because of the gathering of the experts, which we had the pleasure of hearing. It was indeed a cerebral treat, and we could not have asked for more appropriate speakers for this event. Firstly, I would like to thank Professor Govinda Rajan for welcoming the distinguished audience and kickstarting this important event. I sincerely thank Professor Madam Manju Sharma for elucidating the genesis of this important event and, as usual, for her spearheading the organization of the program and, most importantly, sharing the personal experiences and the motivation she obtained from her association, close association with Professor Dhawan. Words cannot thank her enough for all her efforts in meticulously detailing the various NASI programs and this being one. She's been working on it for more than a year to have this program done in one way or the other and waiting for the right opportune time. A very special thanks to Professor Ashok Mishra and Dr. Jyotsna Dhawan for sharing their intimate experiences. Their close and direct enlightenment with Professor Dhawan gave us a peek into this great personality about which many of us had just heard of. So it was quite a treat for us. My sincere thanks to them for sharing their experiences with the audience. Special thanks to Jyotsna for taking us on such a beautifully illustrated brief trip into the life, the family and friends of Professor Dhawan. I think no one else could have done this except you, Jyotsna. Hats off to you. Very nicely depicted. NASI, with its illustrious presidents at varying times, has strived to take science to the society at all levels of the community and also partners with various public and private sectors to honor this commitment in various ways. It is thus a great pleasure that I extend my hearty thanks to Professor Ajay Khattar, President of NASI, for his presidential address and enlightening us on how India emerged from the dark ages by virtue of inculcating science and technology at various levels in the country. His passion for teaching and others is so infectious, and we're very lucky to have him as the president of the academy. We could not have asked for a better speaker than Professor Kasturi Rangan, who is also very intimately associated with NASI. He was the former president, to deliver the inaugural address. His address was, as usual, not only informative and enlightening, but I think he was very successful in simultaneously tracing the evolution of the Indian space program, which only a person of his caliber could have done it, revealing simultaneously, I would say, revealing the many facets of this great personality we are celebrating today and his commitment to this. He spoke on also, very importantly, on how the baton was passed from one stalwart to the other in perfect coordination, consolidating the progress India achieved in the space program. I think this kind of a cooperation and continuation of the visionary programs, mission mode programs, is very crucial, and we need to sustain this kind of effort. I must congratulate the organizers for such an excellent planning, organization, and framing this very detailed and most appropriate program in honor of this great legend of Indian science. In the end, I would like to personally thank the organizers for this amalgamation of experts and also covering relevant topics of the persons working in the field and for the expertise. I'm sure this webinar will lead to many more such programs and help in taking the NASI's outreach programs to greater heights. Thank you one and all for your kind attention and time taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. And
Over
now
to you, Dr.
we are concluded this inaugural session. Madam, we have the next session will be start as per schedule is 1:15.
No.
So I request you to kindly suggest.
Half an hour at least for lunch.
Yes, Santosh. I had a call from chairman's office, and Chairman ISRO, and he'll be here at 1:15. So we'll have to request all of you to have just 10 minutes break and be back exactly at 1:15. Because Dr. Sivan will be here and the other speakers will be here. But unfortunately, the last session, none of the speakers are available today. So that is not there. Only we'll have the concluding session and Dr. Balkrishnan. So we will move forward the lecture by Dr. N. Balakrishnan, and then we will have at the same time concluding remarks from Dr. Kasturi. So it's okay. Yeah, Dr. Kasturi, is that okay?
Madam, Professor,
Just a
A
minute.
meeting. I have a meeting in the afternoon, and that's suddenly we have to prepare a paper urgently, and that persons are available only in the evening today. So I have to skip the timing. I'm so sorry about it, but I had to skip today.
Okay, but you'll stay back for Dr. Shivan's.
No, I may not be able to do that. I have to start work immediately after lunch now.
So we have a very quick break for 10 minutes and then come back again.
okay, madam.
Okay?
Thank you, madam.
Neeraj,
Yes, madam.
is that okay? You
Yes,
should be
yes,
Santosh. You should be here when
yes,
Dr.
yes.
Shivan joins.
We will be here, madam.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
Should we log out? What are we supposed to do?
No. Keep it silent only, sir. We'll be back within 10 minutes.
Okay, fine. Keep it as it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody.
Dr. Radhakrishnan. Namaskar, Dr. Radhakrishnan. Nice to see you here and thank you for coming. So we will start your lecture after 1:15. Is that okay? ठीक है, नीरज.
Okay, sir. Only we will close the screen, sir. The session will be started at 1:15. सर नमस्कार सर, मैं संतोष शुक्ला सर, राधाकृष्णन सर, सॉरी सर, नमस्कार सर. सर आपका स्लाइड वी हैव loaded here, downloaded here. If you want to sir check, I can share sir. Sir, you are muted sir.
Okay, please load it. I will
Yeah sir.
look at it.
हो गया. Yes sir.
Yeah, we can move forward.
Yes sir, it will, I can make it full screen mode also sir. Yes sir.
Perfect. Perfect.
Sometimes it take a response time for 30 seconds to 10 seconds sir. Here we will move forward, but you will visual on your screen for 1 or 2 seconds later sir.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, when you instruct us for the next, I will proceed it sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you sir. Thank you sir.
Good afternoon, sir. NASI team, can you hear us, sir?
Yes sir. Yes sir.
Chairman's office. Thank you, sir.
They will also share sir any PPT.
No, sir. From here, no PPT, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Kali sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Fine, sir.
So are you in Bangalore or where are you now?
Yes, sir. I'm in Bangalore only.
Okay, good.
Just started traveling now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had been traveling only very close from Pune for the last 7.5 years or so. Not gone out much.
Okay, by road only.
By road only, yeah.
Yeah. I went to Delhi just last week.
Okay.
Of course, things are better during the travel now. No mask is required. A shield is not required. Mask is yes.
Okay. I expect next week onwards, that is from 4th October onwards, I think our university work will also start now.
Okay. Okay.
So far, after the last year's lockdown, nothing has happened. Most of the lectures and other things we have been conducting using only our Zoom and those kinds of things.
Okay. Okay.
But I expect now that from 4th October, they
Yeah,
announced
yeah.
that the schools, colleges, temples, everything will be opening in Pune. So let's hope that
Here
it goes
also
through
things
properly.
are opening. Now the schools are expected to be open soon. In Kerala also, I heard it is going to happen from November 1st.
From November 1st, okay.
Yeah. I think 2022 things will be normal.
I'm not quite certain about that. One thing which I have seen what is happening is that quite a large number of students and the people, they are also liking this specific way of communicating, and education sector is going to be really getting modernized through this particular situation.
But sir, the laboratory activities, interactions, these are all getting into problem.
Our course required quite a large number of practicals working with electronics hardware. So finally, what we decided was that looking at the total number of students which we had, we made some additional new kits, and every student we sent the kit to their home, guided them as to how to do the experiments using the kits, and they have done really good job. So quite a large number of such courses also, even though it requires practicals and other things.
Another problem is
the kind of work which we have done is not just only simulation.
Okay.
It involves actual working with the kits and actual hardware.
Okay.
Pramod and Rad, very nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, George. How are you?
Hi, Pramod.
Sir, you can turn your camera a little.
Make the,
You are not seeing your face fully.
lower, okay? So that we can see your full face. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
Beard
yet.
is in addition which you are seeing first.
I have followed Rad your path.
Thank
You
you.
can see my bed now.
Or other big people.
So how are you?
Fine, sir, I'm in Bangalore only.
It was really very,
I think the previous.
very sad to hear that Pramod Kumar passed away and Gopalan also passed away last week. Yeah.
Pramod passed away. Actually, he was not laid down sick. Only a few days. He had some problem in the brain hemorrhage or something like that.
God.
I don't know exact details because of the corona thing. There is not, Besana and other things are not there.
And Gopalan was also getting ill quite a long time. Yeah, I know.
Gopalan was sick for quite some time. He had the Parkinson. In fact, he was in SAC also. He had a slight, initial.
Yeah, I remember. Last time I met him was only in 2015 or so when where it is 40 years completion of the site.
See, from Ahmedabad, he went to Hyderabad, where his wife's sister is there.
Okay.
Then he moved to Bangalore because son is working in Bangalore.
Mm.
So the last days he was in Bangalore.
Also, he had a fire accident a few years ago in the puja room, and he recovered from that.
I didn't follow. What had happened?
In the puja room,
Yeah.
he got a fire accident actually.
Oh.
From the lamp.
Mm.
I think he couldn't control.
Who?
Gopalan Saab, a few years ago, not recently. Today my camera is giving a greenish background.
Dr. Kale is gone.
George, how is Dr. Bhavsar now?
It's quite bad because I was asking someone, he can't recognize people.
Oh.
So actually, I met him about a few years back to give one of my books to him. He was has to be supported to get up, but he was very jovial. He was all the old stories he was remembering, right from the time of Prof. Dhawan.
Okay.
As a scientific secretary and all those things, long stories he was telling.
I see Dr. Sivan has joined.
Good afternoon, Shivan.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, you think others will be joining? I think it's already 1:15. Should
Hello.
Shivan, so nice to see you.
Good afternoon, madam.
Kale, so
Good
nice
afternoon.
to see
How are you?
How are you, Jyotsna?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Sivan, some of the speakers couldn't make it because probably of the change of the date. So I will request you to say a few words in the beginning when you start the session. You will be the chairman, and Jyotsna ji will be the co-chair. And later on, we will invite Dr. Radhakrishnan and all other speakers. So, would you like to start? Now?
Yes, we can start. We can start, madam. I think our the chairman and the other people are there. Both the chairmen are there, and the Kailash are also here.
Yeah.
And I don't know only the Ramakrishnan and that our Chandrasekhar sir alone has to come.
People are also here.
But we can start. We can start.
They will join.
Okay,
so
sir.
I request you, Dr. Sivan, first of all, thanks a lot for your kind acceptance of our invitation. And I request you to chair this session and say a few words before we start the session.
Most respected Radhakrishnan sir, most respected Kiranjima sir, and most respected Kale sir, Professor Chandrasekhar, and Dr. Jyotsna Dhawan, and Dr. Manjuma Sharma, and my dear participants, it's very good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to this plenary session. I'm extremely happy to be here along with my respected predecessors and Dr. Jyotsna as my co-chair on the occasion of 101st birth anniversary of Professor Satish Dhawan. Even though I didn't have the privilege of associating with Professor Dhawan, I had the fortune to work under the team of the stalwarts mentored by him. In fact, I have a unique opportunity. When I was doing my master's degree in IASC, he was the director. And when he joined, when I joined that organization, he was the chairman ISRO. That way, I had a unique opportunity to that for him. And even though I didn't have a direct contact with sir, when we look back, while our founding father, Dr. Sarabhai's vision was to use the space endeavors as a means to spur the country's socio-economic development, Dr. Dhawan articulated the need of creating an institutional mechanism where the space applications could complement and supplement the existing conventional approaches for socio-economic development and set the trajectory for the same. I would say that the ISRO in the present form, it is created by Professor Dhawan, and thanks to his vision and the strategy. So this, the foundation on which right now ISRO is working with the so-called ISRO's culture. His excellent skill in understanding the technical, managerial, financial, and other important dimensions of an organization helped to create an ecosystem in ISRO where the people could work together in team, which we later developed our much appreciated the special attribute, as I mentioned, finally led to the present form of ISRO culture. Professor Dhawan carefully conceptualized and implemented different programs by making considerable efforts in understanding and critically assessing the problems and challenges. And as we all know very well, in the face of the failure, he took that full responsibility, shielding all others from outside criticism. In fact, this particular the culture is going on, and it is continuing. This is what the culture he created. These were some of the real qualities possessed by Professor Dhawan. I think for any leader to emulate being in the key position of a nation building organization, because the leadership qualities only make the organization truly professional and goal oriented. His specific contributions in creating the INSAT Coordination Committee, that formerly we used to call ICC, the National Natural Resource Management System, NNRMS, and initiating Apple, Bhaskara, and the progress from SLV3 to ASLV, and all will be elaborated in a better way by my predecessors present here, who were his close associates, I would say. It is better to hear from them than from me. Professor Dhawan directed India's space program over a decade, and that was a period of rapid growth and great achievement. And ISRO later shown its excellence as a performing organization to the country and to the world. So the extraordinary directions provided by this great leader took India to the highest levels of achievement in outer space. I would like to add, this extraordinary leadership has brought in an extraordinary commonality in the successive leaderships in ISRO, as we have seen in Professor Rao, Dr. Kasturrangan, Dr. Madhav Nair, Dr. Radhakrishnan, as well as Kiran Kumar sir. There is a unity in the purpose of taking India to the highest levels of achievements in outer space, although there are all at individual level uniquely diverse. All my predecessors have shown the great courage at the time of taking the critical decisions and made it a point to ensure that all aspects that would impact a decision were addressed and discussed elaborately so that an optimal decision could be made. This is the direction given by Professor Dhawan, and it is being followed all along in the ISRO. Inspired by these great leaders and my predecessors, I also learned to grapple with my impending problems and needs to the best possible way I could. And definitely that the Prof. Dhawan's way and all my predecessors followed, and they have given a direction to him. In fact, I used to tell many times, I am standing on my predecessors' shoulders. That way only I am running that ISRO. And thanks to the Prof. Dhawan's the creative idea, which really needs that ISRO to take the further way. With these few words, I leave the floor to my beloved and respected predecessors. And thank you very much. And they can start, or we can ask Madam Dr. Jyotsna to give some few words, or we can go ahead with the further speeches by our former chairman. Yes, madam.
Jyotsna ji, आप कुछ कहेंगी? Would you like to say something or introduce Dr. Radhakrishnan?
No, I think I can just thank Dr. Shivan for this kind words and taking us through a little bit of the legacy of ISRO, which he has inherited and is ably administering. I think in the interest of time, probably we should go ahead since we have our distinguished speakers here. And we can invite Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, who of course was also heading the ISRO from 2009 to 2014. And prior to that, he was the director of the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and of the National Remote Sensing. So I think he has some slides. And Dr. Radhakrishnan, would you like to share some slides? Yes, wonderful. So we look forward to hearing your talk. Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, respected Dr. Manju Sharma, Dr. Shivan, Dr. Kiran Kumar, Dr. Kali, Dr. George Joseph, all the distinguished fellows of the Academy, and those who are going to see and listen to this program in the coming days and months and years. It has been a great privilege for me to be invited to talk today about a person who is my reverential role model, a person with whom I had almost 2 decades of close association and close proximity, sharing adjacent rooms in Antariksh Bhavan. It was in March 1981 that I got message that he has zeroed in on me to come to ISRO headquarters from VSSC. And when I joined there at the IASC director's room, I met him. And then in his characteristics way, he told, join the conspiracy, quote unquote. And it has been a great journey of the next 3 years with Professor Dhawan, many times accompanying him for meetings at Delhi, where I learned a lot and many things that you don't learn from textbooks or classrooms are learned, imbibed. One such thing is how to face failure and how the leader can stand in the front and take that. And of course, he had several such events to face and inspire the team to come up. So this is something which I learned, and we call him a transformational leader. It is a terminology in management jargon. But a person in India who fits in perfectly with the definition of transformation leader is Professor Satish Dhawan. He is also an exemplary academic leader, and later the colleagues from the institute will elaborate on this. He is an admired teacher and a humanist boss. Of course, a renowned engineering researcher, considered the father of experimental fluid dynamics in India. In the year 2014, myself, Kiran, and many others went to Caltech. And we went to the laboratory where he used to be working, where he was a student. And then we saw his room preserved there. That's something great. And he is a legend of that Galsit, along with 5 others. And 2 of them are his own guide, Professor Liebman, and his guide, Professor Von Karman. Von Karman line is very well known, which distinguishes the astronautics and aerodynamics. So this is a legendary person, a unique person whom we see in this country. Can I have the next slide, please? Next. Dr. Shivan talked about, no, not this one. Just go back. Yeah. Professor Dhawan did not seek to be in that chair. He was sought by the government of India after the sad demise of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. He set his own requirements of how he would like to lead this organization, where he would like to lead it from, and all were accepted. This is something, again, very unique. And in 1972, there was a seamless transition taking place from Dr. Vikram Sarabhai with an interim chairman, Professor M.G.K. Menon, and then Professor Satish Dhawan. And if you look at the way the organization got architectured in the next few years, it is amazing. The Space Commission, the Department of Space, and ISRO coming under one head, which is called the Troika model of governance, which is again unique only in ISRO and only in India, where a space program is managed in a Troika model. He is like a driver who has the accelerator, the clutch, and the brake with that person, without mixing up the roles. This is what he demonstrated to his successors. Restructuring and consolidation was another major thing that he undertook. We had several units in Thiruvananthapuram and several units and divisions in Ahmedabad. He brought all of them under towering personalities, some of them who were senior to him, like Dr. Brahma Prakash and Professor Yeshpal. And also in Sriharikota, he got Pansab to be the director of that center there. So this is something which he showed as a leader, how to bring synergy into the system. In 1972, there was a major seminar in Ahmedabad, which was always also envisioned by Dr. Sarabhai and took over by Professor Dhawan. That is to give the strategy and focus for the program. I will talk about it later. As mentioned by Dr. Shivan, the INSAT Coordination Committee was a unique contribution. Again, the National Natural Resource Management System was a unique contribution. Rather than sitting in the glass house of the scientific technical excellence, he decided that the satellite that flies on the PSLV will be decided by the user system, by the Agricultural Ministry, by the Water Resource Ministry. And if you are going to have an INSAT satellite system, those who are going to use meteorology or communication broadcasting departments should be part and parcel of the decision making. They should own it. They should decide about it. And this is the specific character of these two national systems, which made India to be different from the rest of the world in space applications. Space industry and the synergy. This is another great contribution of the 1970s, where he said ISRO stated policy is that we should make industry to the maximum extent rather than increasing the strength of ISRO and building empires there. Leverage on the strength of industry. Initially, there was a lot of resistance to that from inside, but later they understood the advantage of it, and today it is flying high as a major organizational system. He also created innovative systems and an ISRO culture. And essentially, I would say his own personality, as well as what he did and developed in the Indian Institute of Science, the Senate system of decision making, democratic decision making with discipline. This is what he brought into the ISRO. And of course, charting the future, I will talk about it later. And a seamless transition, handing over to his successor with 2 years of time to test, train, and equip the organization to take that leadership. This is something great. And he stayed there in the commission on the request of the government of India for several years. And finally, when we achieved all that thing, once he shared with me, it was Vikram's vision. I only executed it. This is something very rare of an individual to say that my predecessor did a great thing. I contributed this way. And that is the personality. Can I have the next slide, please? This is, in nutshell, the ISRO culture that we talk about in the country. One, of course, is a shared vision, and that goes through a process to be shared. The national priority becomes the priority of ISRO, and transparency and accountability is something which he has shown. And I should share with you that after becoming chairman, when I met the Honorable Prime Minister for the first time, one of the reference that he made is transparency and accountability, for which Professor Satish Dhawan believed in. And they were colleagues in the Space Commission in the formative years of ISRO. A team excellence, that is another important thing. And the human aspect, the science and technology can contribute to the system. When I was becoming director of the Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services in the year 2001, when I met him, he told, you are old enough to understand that the science and technology system is a responsibility to the people, and what are you going to do for the fishermen in this country? This has been his approach, and which we can see in the way ISRO works. Of course, techno-managerial decision-making in ISRO is very specific. And different from the Senate system is, here there is democracy and discipline that goes along with that. And empowered project management structures, which made all the difference. And he selected youngsters. And I should say a person like Dr. Pramod Kale, who became the project director of the mega project of those days, INSAT-1, with the powers of the head of the department, is a case in point. I'm sure he will talk about it more. And of course, he decided that the chairman ISRO is not going to authorize the launch. It is going to be an autonomous system which has its own ability to review from a distance and then take a decision, and which has made a difference for the ISRO's missions. System reliability, safety, these are all the mechanisms that he brought into it. And the ability to come out of failure, the failure resilience. This is something which he taught us. Next one, please. When it comes to the focus, can I have the next one? The 1972 seminar of Ahmedabad brought a direction, demonstrate space applications for India using foreign satellites, develop and build satellites in India using collaborative efforts, and also develop capability to launch from India. This sequence was very important. This focus on specific programs was very essential, so that the energy of ISRO, the limited resource of ISRO, and the limited expertise available at that time will not get diffused. And this is something which he ensured. All these programs which are listed out there show how effectively that resource system was made use of. In Trivandrum, for example, everything was SLV3, till it got ready. And a few elements for advanced launch vehicles like Vikas engine or inertial sensor facility, these are all cleared. And then he came to a major exercise to have a decade profile for 1980-90 and the initiatives for the Indian INSAT system, the IRA series of satellites, ASLV, PSLV, GSLV studies, range and tracking network. These are all creations for future that he did. Next one. I shall now elaborate on one specific item, which is the Indian Earth Observation System. And I had the opportunity to do my PhD work under his guidance on one specific element of Indian Earth Observation System. And I recognize here today the presence of Dr. George Joseph, one of the fathers of the sensor system, and Kiran Kumar, his deputy, and we had Dr. Kasturi Rangan, who was the project director of the Earth Observation satellite systems from the Bhaskara days. Now, when Professor Dhawan envisioned an IRS-1A system, this was probably the third one in the civilian domain in the world. The Landsat satellite system was there, and the Spot satellite system, and then we had the IRS. And IRS was comparable to United States Landsat satellite system of that time. And this is something which he provided to the country. And by the year 1995, India became the owner of the best commercially available civilian remote sensing satellite system of the world. IRS-1C data was acquired by several ground stations all over the world. So this is something which happened at that time. Alongside, on the ground, we had the NNRMS setup. And I should commend here the contributions made in this area by his two colleagues, one Professor M.G.K. Menon and Dr. Swaminathan, in creating and running that NNRMS system very effectively. And I see Dr. Manju Sharma's contributions in NNRMS system sitting in the Planning Commission and the capacity building in this country in all the states, all the departments of government of India who are going to make use of it. They were all created concomitantly. And that is the time he inducted me on one element of that, the regional remote sensing centers. But in IRS-1C period, we were in multispectral remote sensing. But ISRO went ahead further for high resolution satellite system, microwave satellite system, and we talked about super spectral remote sensing. Not 3 or 4, but 15 or 20 channels. And specific satellites designed for resource management or oceanography or cartography or weather, etc. Alongside, in the ground segment, the National Remote Sensing Agency and the colleagues from Space Application Center, they all came with ability for parameter retrieval rather than giving a picture. And we also started the process of institutionalization for forests, a center of forest department, for agriculture, again for ocean. So this was another what is called externalization. And this is the period in which the remote sensing data or Earth observations data became useful for strategic applications. That is where we had the technology experiment satellites and the Cartosat series all coming up in a major way. And by the year 2009 to 20, we got some of the best outputs of the world through remote sensing. The panchromatic imaging at 0.28 meter through Cartosat 3, and the multispectral scanning at 5.8 meter. The expand remote sensing, microwave remote sensing at 0.5 meter. Hyperspectral remote sensing, which is a very unique thing, at 30 meter resolution. And a few joint missions. And the NISAR, the NASA, ISRO, synthetic aperture radar satellite, which is being built, which is in the penultimate stage of preparation, is another classic example of the world accepting, the best in the world accepting India's capability in this area. Alongside, we also had on the ground segment several improvements. One was the multi-mission ground segment with the defined products, delivery on the web, and a wider stakeholders coming into the picture, and a new generation of startup coming. So in the remote sensing area, in the Earth observation area, we continued that legacy and we excelled and we stood as one of the front ranking space agency, thanks to the seed, and the foundation created by him. Next slide, please. World is also changing in this area. And in the space segment, synergistic observations across the electromagnetic spectrum, multi-wavelength systems are possible today. Gravimetry and magnetometry through satellites is becoming a reality in the world. The technology is advancing exponentially, and that helps the sensor system, ability to get microsatellites, many number of them, and also onboard processing. And today the data that is acquired and relayed to the Earth is in terabytes per day. Open and free access of data is something which has happened over the last couple of decades. And today, from local to global needs could be addressed by the remote sensing system. Confluence of GPS system, mobile system, citizen science with remote sensing data is another new dimension. And of course, in data analytics, the cloud technology, AI, ML, deep learning, these are all coming. And there are several platforms today providing data analysis solutions like Google Earth, Amazon. And data or information sharing models are available today. But the major paradigm change is from data to users, it has gone to user to data. It is a hyper market available today from where you can get data of any point of Earth, any area for any kind of study of a long-term requirement. And data usage or optimization across different themes is now possible. And rise in information products, intelligent, actionable information products, and big data analytics. These are all coming up. Of course, industry and startups are making use of very innovative ways of getting into this field. Next one, please. To conclude, India's Earth observation system is now gearing up for looking at the sustainable development, the climate change and it impacts, hazards mitigation on one side, and security, which all ensure inclusive development, happiness, and quality of life. And this is going to be one of the major ingredients for the future India, where we are looking at 10 trillion economy and global prominence in the coming years. Let me now come to another important aspect which I want to cover. Next one, please. In the space system today, we see a new space age from what we had in the modern space age in the late 1950s, where US and Soviets were the two ends of the poles. Today, we have space protagonists coming, like Elon Musk. Now, 5 E's of the future, the exploration of the solar system, universe, life, cosmic hazards, etc. on one side. Exploitation of the celestial resources, solar power, or resources from asteroids and Mars or Moon, and having habitat in space, which is a dream of several nations today, that is happening. And today we have an asteroid mining mission in the world, which NASA and Japan talks about, and they are at it. Enterprise, it has become a very huge system, global space economy of close to 400 billion US dollars, which is developing. And the ground segment, which becomes a major opportunity for commercial activity, and space tourism, which is just coming up with some nice milestones. Engagement or the applications for human well-being, the space for security is being understood, and the space governance system, because there are more than 70 nations in this area, and many of the newcomers are in the cutting edge of the research. And today people talk about ownership of Moon, ownership of Mars, and how do we engage ourselves together to look at these celestial bodies. The last one. Next slide, please. But I want to just conclude is the global space sector is evolving at an amazing pace. Like technology is advancing exponentially. What are those drivers? Of course, the humankind's persistent quest to enrich knowledge, to know more and more about it. The exponential advances in technology Sometimes it becomes competitive, sometimes it becomes enabling. And on the table, we have the 5G and the 6G, where the communication satellite system have to play a very important role. And the new breed of space protagonists and ideators who are coming with wonderful ideas and resources committed by individuals. This is something which is very important. The growing commercial space enterprise, space economy has been growing even while the global economy had its own problems. And the understood needs for sustainable development, SDG goals 2030, and the climate change and other imperatives. And the aspirations and tensions of a dynamic global order. This makes space very important as the fourth dimension of the warfare, surveillance, security. The point I wanted to just tell, the future generations of ISRO have even more challenging periods compared to what their predecessors had. And the need of the hour for India is to catch up quickly and excel in a few well-chosen areas with national synergy and global connect. And I wish the reforms of the year 2020 will pave way for this major target. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Radhakrishnan, for taking us on that wonderful journey, starting with the early days of looking at remote sensing satellites and building up the system, all the way through to now what can be thought of as citizen science with access to everybody. And I think, you know, when I think of even the term citizen science, I think how much my father would have been thrilled to know that technology can be in the hands of anyone, and that access to information is not based on some, you know, specialized set of pathways that one has to follow. So thank you for that. And thank you also for giving us a vision of the future and where we have opportunities. So really a wonderful talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Madam, before calling to our next speaker, I take the request, I have a request to the Radhakrishnan sir. I want to share your one slide of your Carnatic music, sir. If you will allow, sir, I can share here, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, apart from the scientific and such a your interest, we are known that you are a very interest of your Carnatic music and the enthusiasm performer. And this pretty figure of yours, sir, is really admirable that you have been acting the Kathakali music. And the second picture of you, he has been singing on the Guru Sarovar Chembai's Geetvam every year. This photo I want to share here on this platform. Thank you for your kind consent for sharing this.
This is wonderful.
And over to you,
Thank you so much for sharing those aspects of Dr. Radhakrishnan. He's a multifaceted personality. We know about his wonderful proficiency both in music and in dance, and the dedication with which he brings that. It's a marvelous thing to have so many talents.
That is true. Thank you, Santosh.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we request you, madam, to call our next speaker, Professor Yash Chandrasekhar, sir.
Yes. Is Professor Chandrasekhar here?
Yeah.
Yeah, please. It's a great pleasure to have Professor Chandrasekhar here. He's currently a professor of corporate strategy and policy at the IIM Bangalore. And prior to...
Madam, sorry, madam. Perhaps, sir, presently he has logged in earlier first session, but here we are not able to.
Okay.
Maybe he'll come late, so we can have Dr. Kiran Kumar.
If Dr. Kiran Kumar would be able to speak next, can we move on?
Yes, he's there.
Yes, he's here. So it's a great pleasure and a privilege for me to introduce Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar. Of course, introducing all of these legendary people, it feels very strange for me because they are so well known. Dr. Kiran Kumar, of course, is the former chairman of ISRO, and he's credited with the development of very key scientific instruments aboard Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan. And, he's a Padma Shri and has many, many contributions. We really look forward to his talk today. Thank you for being with us, Dr. Kiran Kumar.
Thank you very much, Jyotsna, for that introduction. And let me actually place on record my sincere thanks to Dr. Manju Sharma for providing an opportunity on this 101st birth centenary celebration of a great legendary personality. And of course, my own interaction with Dr. Satish Dhawan was very limited. First, when I was in the Indian Institute of Science studying my master's, he was the director. And then later, when I started my career in ISRO, one of the things I remember is when I made a first presentation on one of the programs of Bhaskara, he was actually present in that particular presentation, and he made very concise comments on what was being talked about. So what I intend to do is probably, as you have already seen, that Satish Dhawan and his various facets have already been discussed in a very significant manner, but I'll try to bring in a slightly different aspect of what he has done. Of course, this Dr. Radhakrishnan has already brought out and made it very clear that Dr. Satish Dhawan, a creative teacher and a mentor, an outstanding researcher, scholar. And then one of the key things, of course, is his statement that in order to promote a rapid development of activities connected with space science, space technology and space applications, the government of India should consider it necessary to set up an organization free from all non-essential restrictions or needlessly inelastic rules, which will have responsibility in the entire field of science and technology of outer space and their application. And this resolution setting up the Space Commission and Department of Space was actually the brainchild of Professor Dhawan. And then he, as already pointed out, NNRMS, INSAT Coordination Committee, Advisory Committee on Space Science. Then he brought in Prakash from BARC to VSSC Trivandrum, and through Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, and Apple and SLV, he brought India into the Space Club, and then brought ISRO into the government, created the Department of Space under the Prime Minister, created Space Commission, introduced the program officers with linkage between projects and decision makers, introduced unique project management structure. Many of these have already been dealt with in greater detail by the previous speakers. So I'll just touch upon that and move ahead. Then one of the key things we need to remember is, as has already been pointed out, Dr. Satish Dhawan actually implemented what Dr. Sarabhai had been envisioning, wherein he said our national goals involve leapfrogging from a state of economic backwardness and social disabilities, attempting to achieve in a few decades a change which has historically taken centuries in other lands. This involves innovation at all levels. Similarly, he said, a very positive approach out of our predicament lies in finding solution where the particular disadvantage of developing nations, which is that they have little to build on, is made an asset rather than a liability. It is necessary for them to develop competence, advanced technologies, and to deploy them for solutions of their own particular problems, not for prestige, but based on sound technical and economic evaluation involving commitment of real resources. In fact, this is what the vision of Sarabhai was actually Dhawan's execution during the initial phase, where use of space technology for national development, including capability demonstration, capacity build-up for harnessing space technology, to meet the national and societal needs. And then site experiment, I'm sure Dr. Kale is going to talk more about it. So I'll just skip some of this. And then the site and step, these were all the stepping stones for bringing space technology. And then evolution of communication satellites, where INSAT-1 was the prime activity, where Dr. Dhawan ensured that available technology is used and then learn from that and move ahead. INSAT-2 onwards, it was all indigenous development. Similarly, in broadcast, in meteorology, it's starting with INSAT-1 series. Today, as Dr. Ghatak pointed out, we have a series of every 15 minutes data being generated, which forms the basis for the extremely sound weather forecasting and cyclone prediction, which has made a huge difference to the country. Another very important aspect, which just now even Dr. Dhawan, Jyotna Dhawan mentioned, that what ISRO has done is provided fishermen who do not know reading or writing, actually make use of mobiles in their hands when they are in the ocean and make use of the technology of satellite and NAVIC series. And with a small handheld device, a fisherman is able to get in a video compass mode where he has to go for actually fishing and then get in his mother tongue updates on weather vagaries which are going to occur in the coming days or sea state roughness. All this has become a reality. And what Dr. Satish Dhawan was actually envisaging, that we need to bring the most advanced technology, whether it is a launch vehicle, satellite, or the uses of these satellite things based on ground hardware has been actually put into use. In fact, Dr. Radhakrishnan was in INCOIS doing some of the activities of providing the information to the weather community. And later, of course, he was also responsible for implementing many of the things. Again, it was actually the implementation or execution of Satish Dhawan of Sarabhai's idea of leapfrogging, early adoption of new technologies, and innovative use of accessible technologies for addressing societal problems. In fact, all of these have been mentioned at some point or other during the course of today's discussion. Site which showcased borrowing the most advanced satellite built by Americans for demonstrating how broadcasting can be done in India and then move ahead. And highest resolution civilian imaging system built in the country, Mars orbiter mission, which showcased to the world that you can do interplanetary missions in a very novel way with less resources and less expenditure. Then AstroSat telescope, which today has the best angular resolution in the world and has made very insightful observations of deep space. And then 104 satellites launched in a single launch. All of this showcases how concepts which were evolved by Dr. Sarabhai and executed in the initial phase by Dr. Dhawan became the hallmark of such activity in ISRO. Then beyond that, actually, one of the things I would like to touch upon is how Dhawan actually looked at space and foreign policy. Now, this is a very important aspect because as we can see today, when he envisioned space policy, how deep and how wide was his thinking process. The policy of nation intrinsically flows from domestic compulsions as influenced by historical and contemporary dispositions of physical, political, and economic parameter. What I'm doing is I'm capturing few of the things from a specific paper which he had published on space and foreign policy. To be sure, the global economic system still contains serious distortions and continued manipulative dominance of the affluent nations and their military-industrial complexes. Even so, the world today presents a remarkable picture of interdependence of well-being of all nations and people. So in this lecture, Dr. Dhawan said, he proposes to touch upon some issues of national and foreign policy. Reactions to the launch of Sputnik 1 and subsequent developments in space were a mixture of excitement of exploration and discovery in an atmosphere of rivalry and military competition between USA and USSR. Since that time, the world's space activities have grown manifold, both in magnitude and diversity. Scientific exploration and military use have had to accommodate a significant component of practical civilian utilization of space. Although USSR and USA still are the dominant performers, they no longer monopolize the space. And compared to those days, today you have seen that China and others also have moved quite ahead. And then he also said independent entry and use of outer space and more are likely to attain access to space technology. This has become an important component of technological, industrial, and economic activity. Nearly 140 nations now utilize civilian space services in some form or the other. India elected to use the space technology in the early 60s with the explicit purpose of using it to enhance national efforts in providing nationwide access to education, communication, and for contribution space could make to the survey and management of natural resources. He was also very clear that military issues have dominated space because of its close linkage with nuclear deterrent issues. And then on the civilian side, there is intense connection of growing competition, growing in providing satellites and services in the launching of space system. Led by France, Europe, they first broke the monopoly of US and USA. Now Japan, China, and India have also grown capabilities of launch. And evolution of space policy, he talks about it is perhaps worth recording that India's space program is unique in its origin and premise being wholly peaceful, open, and outside the military ambit. Time will tell whether this will remain so. And obviously, as the country progresses and the scenario changes, these policies and scenarios also change. Today, what ISRO is doing is a step beyond what was originally the thought processes of this great leader. Now, while the space policy of nation is likely to be determined primarily by their own domestic political compulsions, it cannot escape the impact of international politics and technological advances. How apt is this statement? In 58, a year after Sputnik was launched, United Nations constituted an ad hoc committee with 18 members, and COPUS, India, started becoming a very important component of this. And he said that the treaty prohibited nuclear explosions in outer space, in the atmosphere, and in the oceans. And then this led to the consideration of international legal principles and the Outer Space Treaty. Space for all mankind, national appropriation of space prohibited, no military bases or weapons of mass destruction in space, including nuclear weapons. However, what was peaceful was not fully spelled out. Neither were the boundaries of the outer space demarcated from airspace. Then subsequently, the following have come into force. This is what he has written in that paper. And then agreement for rescue of astronauts, Convention for International Liability of Damage Caused, Convention on Registration of Objects, Moon Treaty, Principles of Directly Rebroadcast, General Assembly vote for consultation and agreement. Then in remote sensing, respect for state sovereignty, every country free to take pictures from space, raw data available to all by payment, states not responsible for value-added products. You can see the width and depth of his thought process and envisioning all the different aspects that are needed. A complex international network of legal and cooperative organizations with responsibilities for space activities now exists. Each country has actually to evolve a policy. Now, today, if you see, it says space is an area of strategic activity and space technology can make significant contribution to scientific knowledge, large-scale public services, international economic competitiveness, national and international security, international cooperation. Then he talks about we have noted the space constitutes a strategic sector and impacts both domestic and foreign policy. Typical issues which need consideration of policymakers are, he spelled out, definition of the prime national objectives for the use of space, for example, civilian or military, regulation of relative emphasis on education, communication, use by the business community, access to space segment only for government, central and state, or should it also be for public, private use, newspaper and political parties, access to remotely sensed data, is it to be limited to government institutions or regulated by for use by others, sale of value added and analyzed data by commercial interest. Then in terms of international issues, regulation of national space segment used by other countries, collection and distribution of remotely sensed data, security of all satellite communications and data, transfer of space technology, among others. The above list is not exhaustive, but only illustrative, is what he had said in the paper. Then the nature of issues which crop up in dealing space can be illustrated in the following examples. He was very clear that allocation of geostationary orbit position and then prior consent versus open skies. That means issue of relating direct TV broadcast and data collection through satellite remote sensing. Space debris, pollution of space environment, and how it is going to become a very important aspect as countries and agencies build new system. Direct broadcasting system and remote sensing, prior consent or open skies policy, like that, many important aspects and many of the problems which even today we are facing in implementing and providing solutions to the use of space technology to the service were all very important components of his thought process. And he, as you can see, was very clear. He talked about space debris even at that point of time. And this problem is continuing to grow. And today, as more and more companies are getting into building constellation of satellites, and today people are talking about constellation of thousands and tens of thousands of satellites. Now, arms control and disarmament, environmental monitoring and preservation of the world, global communications, resource assessment are issues which concern all nations in their domestic as well as foreign policies. To each one, these space technology makes significant contributions. Whether these turn out to be benign or malignant depends on the policy which nations follow collectively as well as individually. So in this way, he has actually spelled out the complete foreign policy aspect. The case of space technology forcefully illustrates that as nations masters their use and use it for their own good, they cannot escape consideration of the interests of others. Expediency and idea of absolute sanctity of national sovereignty needs to be reconciled and harmonized with global considerations of peace and survival of Earth. The promise of space itself can hardly be realized unless nations cooperate peacefully. And India, so he was very clear when he said India's space program is reaching the stage when the policy for domestic and international use need to be orchestrated explicitly with full national consensus. Time is ripe for the formulation of Space Act and its promulgation after approval by Parliament. We can hope space and foreign policy to reinforce each other in conformity with peaceful aspirations of the people of India as a whole. In fact, many of the aspects what he showed actually is also being used by the current government, and by providing South Asia satellite as a gift to the neighboring SAARC nations as demonstration of the capability of the country, taking space technology to space diplomacy is what happened through this. And then today, as the space technology wise, if you see, we are moving into the fourth frontier, which is the space. And here, all these, apart from these activities, tourism, travel, adventure, exploration, exploitation. And here, the number of countries using is drastically increasing. And more than any of this, what is really changing the entire scenario in the space is what is happening because of the private enterprise entering. And today, the speed with which the private enterprise is bringing in new capabilities in all these areas is making a fundamental change to the way humanity is going to use space. And then space economy, as pointed out, is going to become almost $400 billion. And then you are going to have the real impact of debris. And then there's also another very important thing that's going to have. People are already looking at using space for the military frontiers also. These are the challenges which are there. And Satish Dhawan, in his outlook, he had already envisioned and then listed out all these aspects. Though, of course, at that point of time, he was very clear that ISRO itself should be actually working more and more on the civilian aspects. But then as the country becomes economically stronger and also the kind of environment in which it lives, every technological capability needs to be brought into the use of the country, and things keep changing. So ISRO is also evolving and the country is evolving its use of space technology. So in the end, I just want to thank the organizers, Dr. Manju Sharma and National Academy of Sciences, for giving me an opportunity to talk about a legendary personality whom myself had a very little actual interaction, but I had seen him both as director of Indian Institute of Science and as chairman of ISRO and many other times. One of the key things somebody was pointing out was his passion for birds and the way we need to learn from nature was very significant. And thanking the organizers again for giving me an opportunity to talk about him and showcase some of the aspects what ISRO has followed in the footsteps and in the way he actually taught us, you can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiran Kumar, for that wonderful journey and for highlighting the importance of foreign policy measures and the implications that every technological advance has on the kind of policies that are undertaken. Really, it was very enlightening. Thank you for this wonderful talk. We'll move on. We have another wonderful senior space scientist who's going to speak. It's Dr. Pramod Kale, who, of course, was with the ISRO right from the beginning and has experienced very intimately the interactions with both Dr. Sarabhai and with Satish, and has been there right from the first launch of the first rocket and continued to become director of the VSSC, and then also as executive director and head of the microwave antenna division in Pune. And Dr. Kale is very well known, of course, and he's a recipient of many awards, including the Padma Shri. And it's such a delight to see him here. And we look forward to hearing his talk. Dr. Kale.
Well, thank you for the introduction. I had a chance meeting with Professor Dhawan in Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station in 1965. I had gone from Ahmedabad to Turles. I was working on establishing some of the systems at that particular time. And I used to work almost around the clock with 2 or 3 additional technical assistants. And in the afternoon that day, I had gone to the guest house where I was staying at that particular time. And Professor Dhawan had come there at the guest house because Dr. Sarabhai was busy with various other things. The INCOSPAR meeting was supposed to be there at that particular time, and Professor Satish Dhawan was the member of the INCOSPAR. Our Mr. A.G.S. Murthy had brought Professor Dhawan there. Mr. A.G.S. Murthy introduced me to him. And then I spent about an hour and a half with Professor Dhawan. It was really very, very enlightening to talk with such an eminent person. At that time, I had only known earlier that after Bhagwantam moved to Delhi from Bangalore, Professor Satish Dhawan had become the director of the Indian Institute of Science. I knew that he was a person with the aerodynamics as his main subject. And as I started discussing some of the instrumentation related things, I told him that I'll be going from Trivandrum to Bangalore on my way to Ahmedabad. So he immediately said that if you are going to come to Bangalore from here, come and see me at the institute, and also I will introduce you to other people involved in the instrumentation that you're looking for the static testing of our rockets. And that's how the interaction began. He had again visited in 1968, at the time when the Prime Minister had come to Turles for dedicating the Turles to the United Nations. But at that time, there were so many people, I didn't get any chance to talk with Professor Dhawan at that time. And then in 1972, I had come back from USA for the seminar that Dr. Radhakrishnan just now mentioned about, the major seminar that Dr. Sarabhai had planned, and all the things connected with the science and applications. And I was going to talk about the INSAT satellite and what we were going to look forward to. I met Professor Dhawan at that particular time, and he remembered that he had met me earlier. So that is something which was really remarkable as far as I was concerned, that I had just a few hours of meeting with him so early in 1965. But that was the beginning. But later on, in that seminar itself, certain things became very clear. Professor Dhawan very specifically was being asked by many people from ISRO, from outside also, other ministries, newspaper people, whether the policies that we had enunciated by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, will they be continued? Will we continue with SITE the same way as what we were planning? Will we continue with the INSAT, some of the concepts that were there, the kind of rockets that we were going to build? And Professor Satish Dhawan very specifically said that most of the policies are going to remain the same, but the ways of actually doing the things may change. And it was quite clear that we were going to look for a major cultural change that was going to happen with Professor Satish Dhawan coming there. Earlier, wherever we went, we could meet some of the people known to Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, specifically in physics or any other industry-related things. But with Professor Satish Dhawan, wherever we went for any specific work in any industry, because he was the director of the Indian Institute of Science, quite a large number of students in different subjects, not necessarily aerodynamics, not necessarily mechanical engineering or electronics, instrumentation, chemistry, any one of that kind of a subject. And yes, some of his students would be there in the industries wherever we were visiting together. And we could see these kinds of things which were going to happen. And that is, with Professor Dhawan, what suddenly happened was in the first 2 years itself, there was a large interaction with industry on one side and educational institutions on the other side. I don't remember that much about any of the interactions that we used to have with the Indian Institute of Technology or even Indian Institute of Science before 1972, 1973 time period. Later on, all these interactions evolved. They became more intense also. And one of the interesting things that Professor Dhawan was later on introduced was in all of our technical staff interviews, he started involving professors from the Indian Institute of Science, the Indian Institute of Technology, the Indian Institute of Management, and not only in Bangalore, but from all over India. And that really was a very, very important cultural change that was brought in. One particular cultural change that really happened, and this is something which I remembered recently. Earlier, before Professor Dhawan took over, within ISRO, there were certain policies which were being followed, and they were not correct policies. They were not at all really good policies. Many of the people at the time of the joining, at the time of the interview, they were offered lower salary than what was actually being advertised for. Some of the people with higher qualifications were offered a job, and people in need of the job, they had taken that particular job. So in 1974, a major exercise was asked to be carried out by Professor Dhawan. The person in charge of that entire exercise was Dr. Brahma Prakash on one side. He had asked Tarvamudan to take lead in that particular thing. And from Ahmedabad, I was supposed to be involved in this entire process of normalization that happened in those years. And we really found certain problems, and it really made a very big difference. People understood what Professor Satish Dhawan was trying to do in this entire idea of, if you have advertised a particular grade, give that job to appropriate person. If you don't find him, don't give it. But don't ask somebody with a higher qualification to take a job at a lower level. And this was the beginning that we were able to actually see. In the first 2 years itself, I came across Professor Dhawan's ideas, particularly on the INSET task force. INSET task force was appointed with Professor M.G.K. Menon as the chairman of that particular task force. And I had to report to Professor Menon as well as to Professor Dhawan. And I used to shuttle between Delhi, Bangalore, and Ahmedabad, getting all the reports and every single thing else together. And we had very serious discussions regarding the concept that was at that time really prevalent, that the INSAT system should be managed by a INSAT authority. That was the basic concept with which people were looking at. Earlier, we had some discussions with Dr. Sarabhai on this entire subject as to once the system starts up, we are going to make a satellite. Somebody is going to make a ground segment. How all this thing is going to get together. And that particular concept at the time was INSAT authority. But Professor Dhawan came up with a very, very important concept, and that is the INSAT Coordination Committee, in which there were very senior people from the government involved at the secretary's level so that the execution becomes easy. But at the same time, the INSAT Coordination Committee was supposed to have a technical advisory group, the TAG, and it really worked out. So as a major thing in terms of the management is concerned, Professor Dhawan was very, very successful in actually getting this entire system going on. 1976, a very interesting thing was happening in the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. For 4 days, a major review of the SLV project was conducted at that particular time. And for the first time, we saw a large amount of interaction between the industry, academic people, technical people, all of us sitting together and getting to the point as to what exactly we were going to do. Kalaba, as the project director, was responsible for this entire review and the way things happened there were really very, very clear as to how we are going to move ahead and the way industry was going to participate in our entire work. When new opportunities came, particularly just when we were conducting site, we knew that the satellite is going to go away in 1 year. We also knew that INSAT is not going to follow immediately. There is going to be a gap because by that particular time, the government had not approved any specific budget for INSAT. While INSAT itself, site itself was going on, a very specific opportunity came, and that was a real good opportunity that came up. And that is we had to file for our frequency registration as well as for selecting the slot at which our INSAT satellite was going to come up. So our wireless advisor, Basu, had taken the lead in this entire subject. We had a long discussion. We did file at that particular time itself because it was a long process. And I think that is the one that at least committed India to go ahead with our own satellite, even though we had only booked the kind of a slot, published the advanced publication of information. But the opportunity that I'm talking about is that while we were looking at what really needs to be done after site, and the opportunity that came up was that France and Germany had gotten together and made the Symphony satellite. But the Symphony satellite was, I think, just about to be launched at that particular time. And a question came up that any traffic that was carried between France and Germany on that particular communication satellite would violate the Intelsat treaty. We looked at all that particular thing and we understood where all this thing was going to lead. And finally, it came that France and Germany couldn't use the satellite for their own communications. France could use it for their communications with Kourou, from where they were going to launch the satellite, because it was considered to be part of France itself. So it became domestic communication for them. Now this satellite, question was, can we utilize it? Yes, and that is how the satellite telecommunications experiment project, which was supposed to immediately follow after the site was over, and we made the proposal, talked with Professor Dhawan, and it was approved very quickly. And that's how I think our step as a project came up. At the same time, another opportunity that came up, and Professor Dhawan was very keen on that particular opportunity. And this was the flight of the Ariane passenger payload, or the flight of the Ariane vehicle. I think it's flight number 3, LO3. They were going to go ahead and attempt a geostationary orbit, transfer orbit kind of a launch. That opportunity was available. Could we make use of it? Could we launch our satellite on that kind of a opportunity? We worked on it. I was there at the time. Vasagam was there. People from BSSC were there. So Vedachalam was there. All of us, we worked on this thing and we came up with two different concepts. One was a side passenger, which was a smaller one, and that had a small liquid apogee motor, and the central passenger, in which we were looking at using the fourth stage of the SLV-3 as our apogee kick motor. And that was a very interesting kind of a discussion which we had at that time with Professor Dhawan. We participated in all of our discussions. We presented both the concepts, and finally the central passenger kind of a concept which was accepted, and we went ahead with it. All throughout this particular time, what was happening was that for the SLV related project itself in VSSC, as well as our at the Space Application Center, we were looking at how the relationships are going to be really built up between the projects to be undertaken by the centers, as well as what is happening in terms of the actual research and development work that was going on. I had a very long discussion on this particular subject with Professor Dhawan because I had given my experiences on this entire subject to him as to what I had seen at the Goddard Space Flight Center in USA of NASA, where there was a center director, and he was in charge of all the center, which were the science and technology related things. But in addition to that, there was within the center at the Goddard Space Flight Center, they had a projects directorate in which there was a projects director. Along with him, there were multiple project directors, but he was the was considered the projects director. All the projects would come under him, and each individual project had a different project director, because Goddard Space Flight Center was managing quite a large number of projects in which the satellites were being built from outside after NASA by the industry. And that entire model I had talked with Professor Dhawan as to how things were happening there at that particular time. And out of this really came up as to what kind of a model within ISRO which we should have. And that's what Radhakrishnan had talked about earlier. The project directors have to be from the younger generation. They don't have to be specialists in every single thing else, but they should have a full-fledged general knowledge of all the other systems that are going to get together. And the divisional heads and the divisions have to support each one of these projects, because each division is going to be supporting multiple projects, not just only one project, multiple projects. And that's how we finally evolved this entire management structure as it was required. And I think that management structure, the responsibility of developing it, sustaining it, and guiding it was that of Professor Dhawan. He really brought in his entire acumen of the management science, whatever he had looked at it, whatever he had tried to implement at the Indian Institute of Science also, and what he finally achieved at the within ISRO itself. Professor Satish Dhawan had also come up with a very, very innovative technology transfer related idea, particularly for our liquid upper stages or liquid rockets. The way to get that kind of a technology was not at all so easy, but without any exchange of funds between the governments, how certain things could be done. And I think that's how our people went to work in France. There is a government of India was paying them. They were working there. They came back. They brought the knowledge to that extent, whatever was necessary. And some of this thing resulted in our development of the pressure transducer unit, PTU, in Bangalore, which developed these particular pressure transducers. We used them, and also we supplied them to France. And I think that was the kind of a model. I don't think that anybody else would have really come up with that kind of a system. But it was really a fantastic model that he brought up and resulted in our really developing the liquid rockets technology today. But we see when we look at where the seeds were, we could find where the seeds were. There are two very important things that Professor Satish Dhawan brought about in terms of changes to the Indian Space Research Organization, and that is, compared to any other organization, what I know, a new concept kind of thing. In Trivandrum, we had a problem. In Ahmedabad, we had a problem. Bangalore also had a problem about dealing with, as well as working with, and trying to sort out the problems that our staff was facing, staff at any level. And Professor Satish Dhawan came up with this idea of the joint consultative machinery, JCM. And this particular thing was not at all really tried in any other place. There are different kinds of labor unions. This was not a union, but it was joint consultative machinery that really came up. And he brought about that particular change for the staff as what we could see, and resulted in very good relationships with the staff general, as well as for the betterment of all the working conditions, the living conditions that we can think about. And another important thing was the adoption of the CHSS, or the health-related scheme for ISRO. This was modeled more on what was happening in the atomic energy, but going beyond that also. The reason I'm bringing out this particular thing is In 1972, 1973, or before that, when we were working, ISRO was quite a, what should I say, amorphous kind of an organization. We were working with Physical Research Laboratory, we were working with atomic energy, we were working with various. Finally, what was ISRO? 1969, we became ISRO, and people still had the question, is it a legal entity? What exactly is ISRO? And by that time, 1972-73, it was clear that there was a government enunciated policy that if you are getting more than certain amount of percentage of money from the government, then you have to become government. You have to be responsible for the government. And so when the decision had been taken that yes, we are going to become government, those 2 years, Professor Satish Dhawan went through quite a large number of things, a large number of discussions, but he really brought out as to how we can actually be part of the government and at the same time be flexible enough. And that particular transformation that actually occurred from our physical research laboratory kind of a culture and keeping the same culture as it is, but at the same time working within the government framework. So, as a person, he was really very, very knowledgeable, not just only in some of the subjects, but almost in all the subjects. He was extremely conscious of the social systems that were there, quite concerned about what was happening with the environment. And I think because of his leadership, we could see that the transition occurred from Dr. Sarabhai to him and from him to Professor Rao. I'm really thankful that you have given me opportunity to talk about these things. Thank you very much.
Professor Sivan, would you like to say something? Just now, can we ask Chairman? Would you like to make any comment at this stage?
There really that whatever that three speakers they really taken us to 1972, and they are carrying us from 1972 all the way to 2020, and at least I am getting the full picture of what really happens at that time. And at the same time, that is that the policy, whatever we are now talking, that the space policies and the space sector reforms, all these things, it is really evolved in terms of the time. Also, this type of policy was that had a vision, that Professor Dhawan had a vision at that time itself. This whatever happening now, I would say, that is a type of visionary he had. And that's what I understand from that my predecessors that talks. There's a really excellent opportunity they are given and the excellent reminiscence they had. As really so wonderful to hear from this. And what when I was involved in that last 1.5 years, I have undergone that almost nightmare in ISRO. And people may not be aware that none of the chairmen undergone. I have undergone last 1.5 years to the transition. The transformation is happening now, and this is the vision that Professor Dhawan had. So I really appreciate. It's a good thing, and Dr. Radhakrishnan sir has told very clearly how it is that the space department is going in the right direction, starting from this one, and getting to that in aligning with the global sector. Now we are also going in that direction. That is one great thing he has mentioned. And that Kiran sir has really brought out what are his vision of the space policies and other foreign policy, which we are talking now. And he has written. So in fact, that our predecessors will be knowing whatever that we are talking about, that what agreement we had with that HAL. I am going back and seeing the paper. This is a 1.5 page paper written by Professor Dhawan and signed by him. That agreement with the industry, how we have to do it. So exactly we are following till now. That is the type of reminiscence Radhakrishnan sir has given. And also Kring Master also given that the vision, whatever he had at that time, whatever paper he has prepared. And that's what we are talking now. So this type of the visionary leaders, that is the type of thing. And also the Kale sir has given a very nice, his early days of experiences, how it is that, it is shaped at ISRO. And this also really is helping that when I'm seeing all these, hearing all these things, I'm feeling that, yes, really we are following his footsteps. And nothing we are deviated. So that feeling we have, and we are really feeling proud to have such type of visionary leaders and led us, and we are following their footsteps. It's a great, we are really proud, and I'm sure that following his footsteps, that I'm sure that India will become the space power, the global level. And that much I can say. That thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. I want to request you, if possible, we have just one lecture left, that is Dr. Balakrishnan. So would you continue to just chair, and you and Jyotsna ji, and finish that lecture also?
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Oh, you have to go?
No, I can wait. After 3:15 only I got next engagement. So still time is there. So definitely, Professor Balakrishnan, and I love to hear him. He was my teacher. In hearing from the bosses and teacher is always a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. It's a great pleasure and honor.
Jyotsna ji, would you introduce him?
Yes, of course. I think he needs actually no introduction. You've given me a difficult task of asking to introduce Dr. Balakrishnan, who's well known to all of you, and from the Indian Institute of Science, of course, and who has made so many contributions. I'm not going to take any more time because I know that he's going to have lots of exciting things to tell us. And given that Dr. Shivan has said that he was his teacher, I think we need to wait no longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyotsna, for a wonderful introduction. It's always a great pleasure to see you and Dr. Shivan. And I'm not sure whether Pramod Kale remembers me.
Certainly, I remember.
I interviewed you for All India Radio.
I know, I remember.
So it's a great pleasure and honor to see Radhakrishnan and everybody. And it's my pleasure and honor to give a talk for a few minutes in this session. And Professor Satish, about, birth anniversary of a visionary son of India, Professor Satish Dhawan. I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me. If you list the names of royalties in science, Professor Dhawan's name will come on top. I see that most of the speakers who spoke today, maybe barring Jyotsna, were his colleagues. But my comments and experiences, they are the experiences of many of us who had seen him from the seat of students at arm's length, but emotionally more attached to Professor Dhawan. When I was thinking about what I should talk in this meeting, I decided to call about 20 of my friends from India and abroad who were students in the 70s, and my views represent thousands of students who Professor Dhawan touched when he was the director of the institute. This set of my friends who had personal experiences of Professor Dhawan's generosity, and their life changed forever by his magic. We were the ones who never called him Satish, but only as Professor Dhawan. But occasionally, and very affectionately, we used to call him Dhawan Mama, since he was probably the only one in the institute with a double master's degree. To be head of IISc for 19 years, that absolutely no murmur about his leadership, is not an achievement that many in the history of science in India can claim right to. He was also heading ISRO for many years simultaneously. Professor Dhawan had an impeccable accent, and his commanding voice was only compared by us to that of Rex Harrison after we saw the movie Cleopatra in 70 mm at the Rex Theatre. An extremely handsome and warm person who made everyone comfortable when they met him, but also made sure that everyone in the room knew who the boss is within minutes after the start of the meeting. He never would hurt anyone, even unknowingly. All of us knew about his great strides that he made in growing the institute from now what is called its laid-back phase by bringing a large number of extremely talented faculty from abroad, many of the reputed institutions. It was rumored that he will visit the institutions abroad in India with typed appointment letters in his pocket. Once he found a talented and potential faculty, he will hand over the letters of appointments immediately. Many people gave up very lucrative careers in some of the top institutions and impressed by Professor Dhawan came back to IASC to build IASC as a world-class institution that it is today. He often used to say that we are not appointing a lecturer, but a future leader who will build modern science in India. We wondered how prophetic he was. While most of the appointments were to existing departments, he also brought in people like Professor G.N. Ramchandran, Professor C.N.R. Rao, Professor Jaj Sudarshan, created new centers and units around them, gave them complete freedom so that they can create an ambience of excellence. Even the names he created for these outfits, like molecular biophysics, solid-state structural chemistry, and theoretical studies were unheard of at those times. They were not only contemporary then and innovative, they are innovative even today, but it also heralded great things to emerge. Just these three appointments resulted in such a fantastic and sustained nonlinear change. And what it did is history now. ISC had then arrived in the world map of science. When he took over as the director of ISC, ISC was following the British system of having the head of the department who was the only professor in the department. All others were lecturers. The young lecturers had to pray or wait for the head of the department to leave so that one day they can also become a professor. He introduced the chairmanship in the department, made the promotions personnel so that the incumbent, if he is very talented, his aspirations could be met. So that every department had many professors, not necessarily limited to one who was the head of the department. Overall, he made the institute a fertile and happy place for innovation and research so that directors who came after him, particularly Professors Ram Seshan, Professor C.N.R. Rao, Professor G. Padmanabhan, and others, could grow the institute to be a happening place and a place to be. At that time, the structure of the institute was director, chairman of the departments, and faculty and students. He continuously disempowered himself by introducing chairman of divisions so that several decisions can be made at that level. And in the process, we realized he became even more powerful. A lesson in science administration that murders learn and apply later in our lives. Professor Dhawan democratized the institute and its decision making. The faculty at that time were all appointed on contract basis, renewed every 5 years, though no one was terminated and everyone got pension. When the faculty approached the banks for loans to build houses, the banks refused, saying that since we did not have a permanent job, we cannot be given loans. When all the faculty met him in a special session, he immediately made the faculty appointment as permanent as one would wish, and we could all get the permanent appointment and even get housing loans. These kind of structural changes that we still stick to with our, dear life is something that changed the way of governance in the whole country. As far as students were concerned, we were having a director who was holding 2 full-time jobs besides national and international commitments that are demands on his time. One would have thought that he will have the least priority to the concerns of the students. On the contrary, he was the most available and approachable director I had seen. His instructions to David, his personal secretary, was that if any students wants to meet me, please give him the priority. We as students even took the liberty to go to his house late in the evening to meet him, sometimes even with or without any problem. The attraction was that Mrs. Nalini Dhawan, the most gracious host, would always offer us tea and biscuits. To Professor Dhawan, we were almost like his children, Jyotsna her sister, Vivek, the stylish cricketer whom I knew. When we see Jyotsna today, we see only the courteous, kind, and pleasant Mrs. Dhawan. He had a great feel for the students and was in touch with them. Whenever there was a conflict between the students in the department, the students would run to Professor Dhawan's room or his house as a raging bull. Within a few seconds, the bull would be tamed and he will talk nicely to make the students realize his mistakes, but his decision would always be in favor of the student. And at the same time, bring an environment where the faculty did not feel let down. A Dhawan magic, as we used to call it at that time. Finally, both the student and the faculty were the winners, a great integrator of people. This way, he has changed the life and career of many students, which I have a personal and first-hand knowledge of. Coming to my own personal experience, I was one of the hundreds of students who had such a personal experience. As soon as I finished my PhD, I had applied abroad, as was the practice then, and got a position in the Ohio State University. I got the visa and my marriage to my wife, who was then a PhD student at the institute, was fixed. This was also a tradition at the institute at that time. My guide met Professor Dhawan and told him that Balki is excellent, he should not leave the institute. Professor Rodam Narasimha and Professor Ramseshan, who was the deputy director then, also added their strong support to my guide's view. Professor Dhawan knew a little bit about me since I was also a student in his department. Professor Dhawan called me to meet him in his chambers just about 10 days before my marriage. For the first 10 minutes, he was talking about my work, and much later I realized, as told by him, he was actually interviewing me. Once he made up a mind, he said, Balki, if you go abroad, you will be a screwdriver. Someone else will turn you. If you stay back in India, you can lead things. When I said, sir, I need some time to think, his reply was spontaneous and said, how about 20 seconds? I told him, sir, I'm getting married in 10 days. I don't know whether the girl is getting married to me because I'm going abroad, or I said, before I could finish the sentence, his immediate reply was, we can talk to Jyoti. He had already found out the name of the girl I was going to get married and knew she was a student of IISc. How much more personal and affectionate can you get? Then he said, you're getting married on the 17th of April. How about joining on the 18th? He was a great man. This changed my entire career. I stayed back. I was one of the last few appointees of Professor Dhawan, and I had the great privilege of even organizing his farewell function. I never felt I was talking to my director, but I always felt I was talking to my father or my uncle. Once I remember, the students got very agitated by the rising mess bills and found out there was a lot of pilferage in the mess, which they thought was the reason for increase in the mess bill. They garrowed the warden, Professor A. Sridharan at the time. They kept him captive in the hostel office from 2 p.m. till 6 p.m. until Professor Dhawan arrived. The patient listener he was, and so charismatic he was, he listened to all the unorchestrated talk by the students. Every one of us was tired, and he calmly asked, whose mess is this? In unison, all of us replied, it's a student's mess. He said, then you clear the mess, have your own surveillance. From the next day, we had batches of students inspecting vegetables, milk, and other stuff that were delivered, and kept a watchful eye on the happenings around. Bingo, the pilferages vanished, and everyone felt very happy. He was so charismatic, he can face a white elephant and calm it down in a second. Post-retirement, he never interfered with the working of the institute, but was always available for any advice for everyone and to the leadership. He used to come and attend institute talk. Once I called him to address the students when I was the advisor student affairs, he said, Balki, I will not give a talk, but I will come for an interaction. He interacted with the students for almost 2 hours. This was a great builder of enthusiasm for the students on the lines of relevance of their work. When I was building the supercomputer center, I went to meet Professor Dhawan, Professor Ramseshan, Professor Amulya Reddy, who were my mentors, who were living next to each other. Professor Dhawan told me that, Balki, what you people are doing is great, but make sure that all of you do not use the computers to solve irrelevant problems faster. What a visionary he was. To describe Professor Dhawan, one is reminded of a scene in a movie. The hero shows a white paper with a black dot in it and asks, what is it? The other person said, it's a black dot. The hero asks, when 99.99% of what I showed you is white paper, why did you say it's a white paper? Professor Dhawan was like that hero to all of us. He saw only the white paper in all of us, but not smaller aberrations in us like the black dot. Even if you had aberrations, he never pointed out to you, but corrected the aberration through a superb, affectionate talk. He was a great manager of conflicts. To me, he was a great guide, mentor, who had a long-lasting influence on me. When I say that I spoke for the hundreds of students whom he had blessed and touched, it's not an exaggeration. Thank you all for this great opportunity. It's always a pleasure to talk about a great man. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's a different view compared to that. It's a view of a person 30 years younger, right?
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Absolutely wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Balakrishnan, for this excellent exposure to all of us.
Though I'm a techie, I did not want to use a PowerPoint. Though a picture can tell 1,000 words, but it will not be able to carry your emotions.
Such a charismatic personality. So
Yes,
I will now request Professor Ghatak, the president of NASI, to conclude the session because Dr. Kasturi Rangan is not able to come. So we have no more lectures. So, and any remark which Dr. Ghatak would like to make or anybody else would like to make, and I'll give the floor to Professor Ghatak, please. And
Thank you.
Dr. Sadhdev will be your co-chair to help you.
Thank you, Dr. Manju Sharma. Thank you in particular for organizing this beautiful event. And we are really, first of all, we are very, very grateful to you for planning this out so meticulously, and to Neeraj and Santosh for the excellent support that they have provided us. We had the last talk was so good, Professor Balakrishnan, and it brought out the tremendous charismatic personality of Professor Dhawan. And there are two important things to be learned, that a leader has to, once you recognize a leader, be it like Professor Satish Dhawan or Ashutosh Mukherjee, Ashutosh Mukherjee recruited without any interview C.V. Raman, who did not have a PhD degree, and Meghnad Saha and Satyen Bose in the same day. So once you recognize a leader, we must also give him the freedom. So that is the most important things that I learned, that the charisma and the greatness and recognizing the talent, that those are such important qualities. We had such excellent talks by Dr. Kasturi Rangan, Dr. Sivan, Dr. Kiran Kumar, Dr. Pramod Kale, and I must mention the phenomenal talk by Jyotsna. I was so impressed to hear you. I did not know about his interest in birds, and the book that you showed, and the fact that you called him by his first name, I mean, it amazes me. So these are remarkable features of Professor Satish Dhawan that I learned today. So it has been a great learning experience, Dr. Manju Sharma. So I thank you for organizing this, and it has been tremendous learning experience for me. I only wish that there were more participants, more younger people listening to these fascinating talks, fascinating experiences. And
we have put it on the YouTube, so
yeah,
it can.
I heard.
So many people have joined on the YouTube, and it will remain there, sir.
Any short comments from anyone? Thank you so much on behalf of NASI, all of you, for preparing such beautiful lectures and bringing out the great personality of Professor Satish Dhawan. Any other comment?
Dr.
before I
Satya, would
request?
you like to say something?
Yes, actually, I'm really very happy that this program, which was to be organized last year, but it could not be done at that time, and it has been organized now, 101st birthday of Professor Satish Dhawan, and it has been really an excellent program. And I must say that in the inaugural function, I heard speaker after speaker, and everybody brought out the personality of Professor Satish Dhawan in a very systematic manner. And as Professor Ghatak was just saying, really, it would have been very good if the younger scientists, they were all present here to take note of the character
Yes.
and the life work of the Professor Satish Dhawan and how these great scientists actually, uh, it's a great lesson to see their life and their work and the dedication with which they have risen to that height and have really done wonderful things for our country. So I must say that I was very impressed, as Professor Ghatak said, by the talk of Jyotsna Dhawan, the daughter of Professor Satish Dhawan. Very emotional talk, but she brought out the complete life. And actually, even for us, it was a great experience to see the entire life of Professor Satish Dhawan. And then, of course, various other speakers like Professor Kasturi Rangan and even Madam Dr. Manju Sharma and Professor Ashok Mishra and many others who have really spoken about the work and life of Professor Satish Dhawan. It was really remarkable. And I feel that every once in a while, such programs must be really, they must be implemented and they must be broadcast just as we are doing, because we must remember the great scientists. Because when we remember their work and their life, we really feel inspired to do something like them. We will not be
Yes.
able to do exactly what they have done. We will not be able to reach that height, but at least the inspiration is there to do something like that. So such programs are really very beneficial. And I was particularly happy because he was a mathematician and he started with fluid dynamics and his special interest was in the turbulence. And that really made him think how the rockets can be propelled and what are the principles of fluid dynamics which can be applied in sending the rockets onward. And even the uh, early his observations about the birds and so on, they were all really flight of imagination, which were really very useful. But being a mathematician, and particularly being an applied mathematician, he really did a remarkable job. It's a great lesson for all the people who are working in fluid dynamics in mathematics, and they should really get a sort of example that how the subject of mathematics can be applied and in a very fruitful manner, not only to promote the subject itself, but to make it useful for the country and to the science and technology which the country is pursuing. So it has been really a remarkable evening and remarkable day to remember the great scientist, Professor Satish Dhawan and his works. And uh, on the way, of course, we heard many of our bright speakers, like even our president. He also gave a very emotional speech about Professor Satish Dhawan. So it was all really wonderful. And I must thank Madam Manju Sharma that she organizes, she never forgets any scientist who has really made some contribution to the development of the science and technology of our country. And always the programs chalked out by her are excellent. And all the people who are really connected with that personality, they are invited and they accept the invitation and they really deliver their talks in the best manner. So with these few words, I pay my homage to Professor Satish Dhawan, and I wish that such programs should be repeated very, very often. So thank you very much, once and all, and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Kumar, sir.
Thank you.
Neeraj wants to give vote of thanks. Neeraj, very brief one.
Yes, yes, yes. Right. So
एक
after
शेर एक शेर तो होना ही चाहिए बहुत सुंदर था
after
everything.
so many enlightened talks actually by the stalwarts of science like Professor, we started with Professor Govind Rajan, then Madam Manju Sharma ji, then Ashok Mishra ji, then Jyotsna Dhawan ji herself, then Professor Khatak sir, Kasturi Rangan sir, Paramjit Khurana ji, then Dr. K. Sivan ji, then again the very eminent scientists and stalwarts like Professor Radhakrishnan ji, A.S. Kiran Kumar ji, and Pramod Khare ji, and in the end, the beautiful talk by Dr. N. Balakrishnan ji. Actually, all this around we heard today about 12 people and they all narrated so well emotionally, scientific, all the scientific attributes of Professor Satish Dhawan ji and others also, Professor Menon, Professor U.R. Rao, Professor Kasturi Rangan himself, actually in his inaugural address, he narrated the whole story of the ISRO and the space mission as well as other related areas in science which has carved a niche for this beloved country in the field of science in the world itself. So the contributions of such great scientists is very much remarkable and must be remembered one and often so that our new generation could learn something and imbibe and cultivate a temperament among themselves for the cultivation of science and the scientific culture because scientific temperament is the thing which makes difference in our life. When the scientific temperament is creeped in, it makes us a real human being with a rational approach. So all these things are very much essential, and we are very much grateful to everybody for this beautiful session and the beautiful event. We are grateful to all of us, all the distinguished speakers, and all the fellows and members of the academy. Thank you very much, and a special
Before
thanks to Madam Manju Sharma.
Before we end, I would like to have a request, make a request to Dr. Manju Sharma that without making too much of effort, the things that people have said today were really remarkable. And from just now, from Dr. Balakrishnan, from Dr. Kiran Kumar, whatever they have without putting in too much of an effort, if they can write it down, it will be good for the posterity. The incidents that Dr. Balakrishnan mentioned were really remarkable. Josna mentioned, then we can probably put it, if it is possible, then put it in the form of a thin book and float it on the internet and
Yes.
things like that. If that is at all possible, Dr. Manju Sharma, that would be really nice. And it once again requires your initiative.
I had a request from 20 people I spoke to. They all said, you also tell my experience.
Yes, yeah, that's so nice, so nice. And I would like to, actually, I would like to read it in the form of a thin book and your experience and read through again because I don't remember too many things that you said.
There was a guy who was
That's why you
suspended.
said, I want to read that. So if you have a writer,
suspended from the
please
institute.
send to Neeraj and we will be very, very grateful.
We can request all our speakers today, as in when they get time, if they can even write a short note on what they have given, even bullet points. We will publish it in Science newsletter of the Academy and very widely circulated. So many people would come to know because we have all heard and we have been so excited. And just think when the young students and scientists will read it, they'll feel very happy. So I request all the speakers. I know all of you are extremely busy. I can't ask Dr. Sivan because he, of course, I know has too many things to do. But still, you can take your own time. We won't put too much pressure on you. But as and when you can, we will try. With the help of Josana, I will try and put it in the form of a paper which can be published in our science newsletter, all about Professor Dhawan and his. I mean, they are wonderful things which have been said. So, Neeraj, you are.
Yes, madam. Actually, if it is possible, even the two-page memoirs from everybody will make it a good treasure for all of us.
Yes,
And
thank you.
and the students will like it very much because
Yes.
it will be the first-hand experience of all the stalwarts about themselves as well as the space mission of India.
It should
हम
also be
आप
sent to politicians. राजनीति के लोगों को भी भेजना चाहिए.
sure.
No, really, they should know.
Yes, sir. हम आपकी यादों को धरोहर बना लेंगे. हम आपकी यादों को धरोहर बना लेंगे, फिर याद करेंगे और हमेशा दुआएं देंगे.
अरे वाह, अरे वाह. With that note, thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you, Professor Manju Sharma, for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Jyotsna.
Manju Sharma.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody. Thanks. Bye.
नीरज, नीरज,
जी मैडम.
वो प्लांट साइंसेस की मीटिंग कब है? 4 तारीख को.
प्लांट साइंसेस की मीटिंग 4 तारीख को है मैडम.